2,
Let's go, Nemo.
1.
Okay, thank you so much.
What do you get when you jingle Santa's balls?
Jingle balls, obviously.
A white Christmas.
I don't get it.
Okay.
Are you implying that Santa's balls are white?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What if he tans nude at the beach? How do you know? Maybe he's black from the waist down. How do you know what color Santa's balls are?
Oh my god. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's go play our London only match.
You should never tell me a dirty joke. I don't like, you know, it's 2023. We should imply what color Santa's balls are.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
that's what we were, yeah.
Is that not the joke? I'm
might get that
21
one.
years old. I want to get the joke. Can you tell me the joke, please?
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god. Oh god.
How do you make a chessboard laugh? Check.
How?
Tell it a nightmare joke. Why did the chess player go to jail? It's really bad. It's really, really bad, okay?
Yeah, that's why I gave up on guessing it.
Because they can't control their pawn addiction.
It does not even make sense. How did the chess player propose
To their partner.
on a castle?
No. They got down on one knee and said, "Will you be my mate?"
Uh-huh. I don't think it would work.
Yeah, you think chess players are getting girlfriends?
Okay. We can skip that one.
Yeah.
What I have in my hands here
Yes.
are just some little baby noodles. So these are month-old reticulated pythons. Let's go ahead and bring them.
Yeah, I can hold them.
Just support their body.
Support their bodies.
Yes.
You can show them to stream.
Hello.
We love snakies.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of feels like it's choking me.
Oh, she's not holding it.
Okay, this is. She's not
That's just
trying
her body
to.
weight.
That's just. She's just this heavy. Okay, great.
My baby
I feel like I'm getting choked.
Oh my god, Nemo, you are actually fearless.
I'm
Alright,
getting
now I can go on to this side.
Can I tap out?
Oh my god.
No, it's okay.
Nemo,
I got it.
holy moly. Oh my god.
So lean forward.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Happy 420. Do you know what 420 is?
420?
Yeah.
No.
You don't know what 420 stands for?
No, I don't.
Oh my god, chat. He doesn't know what 420 stands for.
Wait, what does 420 stand for?
Yeah, it stands for April 20th. Of course. That's what it stands for. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
You have to update me.
Do you know what 69 stands for?
Yeah.
Okay. 420 is when you smoke
that-
weed. Yeah, and it's like 420.
Oh, I think I've actually heard about that. before.
Okay.
I didn't know it was 420.
Alright, you go.
I'm thinking if I move my queen here,
Oh, wait. Where?
like, I'll move it to e10.
E10. Where's E10? Wait.
Nothing.
Wait, where is E10? I'm so confused.
Nothing. It's not on the board actually.
Wait, was that a nuts joke or something missed?
No. That'd be weird and out of pocket. Anyway.
Look at the chat and Nemo's Twitch channel, loving every minute. 10-6-6. She's gonna have to dodge a lot of bullets here. Pulte for now looking for a king, a 10, or a 7. Plenty of backdoor draws, including the 3-3. Needs a king, 10, 7, or 3, or this tournament is over. And this tournament is over. Nemo gets the job done. She's stunned, but she's the champion.
Thank you so much, Pulte. It was a pleasure to play against you. Thank you.
Nice job.
Oh my god.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We've got the final round of the Botez Invitational. This is Nemo versus her last opponent, Andrea Botez. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Joe. I'm joined once again by the lovely International Master, Kostia from Chess Dojo. Kostia?
Hello, hello. What's up, everyone? Great to be back. Final round, best round. We just saw the handshake there. And yeah, here we have it. I'm glad this game is happening.
Of course, there was some question yesterday whether or not this game would even happen. Andrea potentially withdrawing from the entire event after spending a night in the ER, but somehow came back and still played against Jennifer Yu yesterday, which is quite the accomplishment. Even though she didn't get a win, she's back and she's playing. So we'll see how she does here against Nemo, who's coming off of a tough loss yesterday against Anna Kramling. So Andrea hasn't won a single game yet. She hasn't even gotten a draw, so she's 0 for 6. Nemo's 3 for 6, looking to end with a positive score. And Nemo's definitely the clear favorite on this one, but she does have the black pieces.
Yeah, did we ever get the story on that, by the way? Like, what happened to Andrea?
I don't know the specifics, but I think maybe she had some sort of reaction, or I don't know, she was sick to something. But it's good to know that she's back, she's playing. Might not be at 100%, but Nemo's definitely been not feeling her best either. She's been coughing up a storm, as we've seen, with asthma issues. She has an inhaler with her. But yeah, I believe Andrea likes to play Jobava London. So is that what we're seeing here?
Yes. Yeah, I know Andrea, she used to play just the classic London. Then she switched over to this Jobava London, which is a lot more aggressive. And yeah, this opening will be very interesting to see how much Nemo has prepared this one, just because this has been Andrea's repertoire for a while now. And so, yeah, you could have easily predicted that you would reach some position like this. So white just played h4, typical idea. They're waiting for black to castle, and then they'll play h5 and offer an exchange sacrifice. So Nemo goes h5 herself. This is what I like to do as well, just to like stop this in its tracks and not give white any push with the h pawn. This has its own drawbacks because you give up the g5 square, but you know, you can't have everything in this life. So yeah, still a very, very playable position. I think Andrea will be in her book when she gets back. And we'll probably see like knight f3, knight e5 is very typical for white, and just trying to develop, eventually castle queenside and keep attacking on the king side. So very aggressive approach here. And we'll see how Nemo deals with this one. Personally, as black, I like to play, I just castle here and then I play for a quick c5. I think that's kind of the best way to go about it, just getting counterplay. Then knight comes to c6, bishop f5, and yeah, you develop your stuff. But there's a lot of theory out there now. So that, you know, this used to be just kind of like a kind of unexplored fun line, but now that's like, there's deep theory. You know, there's this course by Danya and Grandmaster Bortnik, and I think they go deep into these lines. So yeah, a lot of fight can be had here.
Yeah, Andrea definitely loves her Jobava London, her London system. She is sticking to this opening pretty much no matter what. I know Hammer has definitely shared his concerns over this. He doesn't like blocking the C pawn, understandably. And I was watching some Hammer commentary of Andrea's games in previous rounds, and he's definitely made it very clear that Andrea is making her life more difficult than it needs to be with this opening. But Andrea likes to stick to it. And yeah, Nemo, I'm sure, has looked at this line or this prep in preparation of this game, knowing Andrea would play a Jobava London. So we'll see how many moves of prep both players have really lined up here today. Both players still with as much time as they started with, actually a little bit more. So they do get that 30-second increment. And Nemo's thinking right now. Andrea's gotten up from the board already a couple times.
Yeah, I think she's very much in her book, and if Nemo isn't, then might as well let her think. And Nemo goes c6, which is a playable move in this position. It's a bit more quiet than playing for c5, but optically it looks totally fine. You restrict the knight on c3, and like you mentioned, Hammer not liking the setup for white. Yeah, like the Jobava London is a pretty new thing, actually. Like even 5-10 years ago, it was, let's say, very, very new, very unexplored. And if you go even further back, it would just be considered wrong and terrible to put the knight on c3 in front of the c pawn. It just looks like something a beginner would do. But obviously, chess is deeper than that, and so people have figured out that this is actually like a pretty interesting setup to play. But of course, for anyone that grew up like studying chess, like studying chess book, like Hammer, okay, he's, been playing forever. He's like a very, very experienced player. He knows all the classics. Like, yeah, it's always going to feel like a little bit wrong, I think, and I include myself in this group of people that grew up on the classics. The other thing, of course, is like the prep question, because like, yeah, if you play this every game, people are gonna know that it's coming and they'll be able to prep it. I definitely think it's much better as a surprise weapon, in general. And yeah, like I think it's fine to have it like in your repertoire, but
not to main.
I don't know. Exactly. Because I think it's just a little bit too predictable, because people know exactly the setup you're gonna do. And black has like a million setups they can choose, right? They can play with g6, they can play with e6, with c5, with c6. And it's up to them to kind of pick what they want to do, because they know what you're going to play. You can play like e3, h4, and so on. So they can just kind of prep. And yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's like, it's pros and cons. I've definitely done this myself. Like I played the Trumpowski for time to time. There was a time where I was playing it like pretty often. And then I just noticed like, okay, my opponents are like too well prepared for it now, so I need to switch it up. And the nice thing is that like these days I play it quite rarely, but people are still prepping for it, because it's like it's in my database. I've played it. They think I might play it again, so they're spending time, prepping it, even though it might be like only a 5% chance I play it in the game or something.
You're throwing them off the trail.
Yeah. So there are definitely like advantages to being flexible with your openings. I don't know. For most people, I just suggest they play one e4 and just try to get good at e4 positions. And then if they really like d4, they can switch to d4. But like for me, I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with e4. I feel like that's a good move. It's like,
e4. I've heard that e4 is best by test.
Yeah. Like a lot of people are into it. And
I'm an e4 player myself.
Nice.
What's up, Justin? Good to see everyone tuning in. This is the last round, so yeah, this tournament it's come and gone quite fast. So let's enjoy this last one while we can. Hope Nemo ends on a good note here. Andrea also hoping to end on a good note. This is her last chance to get on the board. Otherwise, she'll get swept, which is tough. But to be fair, this was a tough tournament, especially for Andrea. And like we said, she had a visit to the ER yesterday, so it's crazy that she's even finishing out this tournament. I know a lot of people probably wouldn't have done that in her shoes. But yeah, Raj saying they might draw early and go to the beach to sip some margaritas. My apologies. But I actually asked Nemo yesterday if we would see an early draw, and she's like, probably not. So no, these players are gonna play. I mean, it's FIDE rated. They're definitely gonna give it their all here.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're on Nemo's channel, but yeah, you never want to root for a player to go 0-7. So I'm rooting for a hard-fought draw. Like, I also don't want to see a quick draw, because like it's much better to see an actual game. But hard fought draw, I wouldn't. I think that would be a good result for everybody. Because yeah, credit to Andrea for even playing. Like, you had a rough start, you get sick. There are no norms on the line. Like, it's not like a huge deal if she ended up withdrawing. And it wouldn't really affect the tournament standings either. But the only thing that would be affected would be the fans, because then we wouldn't be able to see like the final 2 games, right? Which I think is a treat. I don't know if you saw our game against Jennifer. Okay, it was not great from Andrea's point of view, but it was still like an interesting game. Like, it was a King's Indian, and Jennifer played very well, to win. So
Yeah, I haven't been paying too close attention to Andrea's games, but you mentioned the standings. I was really hoping Nemo could get a win against Anna yesterday, because that would have really put her in contention for top 3. But right now it seems Jennifer's got first locked up, and then you have Dina and Alex, who are actually playing today, tied for second, which is really, really a big game there. I guess second place has $5,000 on the line. But interestingly, with Anna's win, that puts her actually sort of in the race. She's playing against Linda right now. So I think 3.5 points for Anna and 4.5 each for Dina and Alex. So if one of them wins and Anna wins, maybe that makes a 2-way tie for third. I'm not entirely sure.
right. Interesting. And do you know if there's going to be tie breaks if they're tied for like second or third?
I'm not sure. I would guess not. I know some tournaments will split the prizes. I don't know what they've agreed to or what the format is. But yeah, maybe I should better now.
I'm just curious. Probably they're gonna split. I would imagine they split the prizes, because that seems like the normal American thing to do. In Europe, though, they don't split the prizes, which is a little wild
They
to
do
me.
playoffs.
Not always. No, they'll just do like mathematical tie breaks.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually open events. So, in open events, there are players that will have, let's say, a tougher schedule or a better performance. So it's not like totally random. But yeah, it is. I mean, it can be a bit of a bummer. Like, you end up in a higher or lower placing just based on some random stuff.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I guess they look at like your opponents and their scores and how you did against them. So there's a lot of ways you could break ties. I think splitting the prizes is nice. I also think playoffs can be exciting. So I guess looking at like the tie breaks with the stats, the numbers, maybe the least exciting way to do it. But it also is, I guess, fairly simple.
Yeah. Okay, so Nemo just played knight FD7, challenging white's knight on E5. And Andrea here has already been thinking, so she's probably out of book here. Usually I think white just leaves this knight on E5 and lets black trade off if they want to. But the question is, what move do you make in the meantime? You could also take on D7 and then just keep developing as white. I don't think that's... Well, actually, no. What I don't like about that is that black would get E5 in. So if we imagine knight D7, white does something like bishop D3, black can castle or go E5, and I think black gets a nice position. So I would expect something like bishop D3 in the current position.
Yeah, getting E5 in is really nice break if you're playing against these D4 openings.
Yeah.
So Andrea's going to try to keep control over the E5 square. So trading off is probably the wrong move. But yeah, I think it's good to see Andrea's in the think tank with the white pieces. It seems that Nemo has come to this prepared.
Yeah, seems like she knows what she's doing. And maybe Andrea played 95 too early. I'm not sure. Maybe she should have waited for black to go knight bd7, and then she could have thrown this one in. But still seems playable for white. Maybe even like queen f3 could be a move here.
Yeah, this is interesting, knight e5, because Nemo is able to bring the knight from the f file to d7, not developing a new piece. I feel like a lot of people would say, why not develop a new piece? Your other knight has already been developed. The point here is that we've opened up our bishop, so we're attacking twice on e5, and that's going to help us control the square even further. And yeah, Andrea putting the knight on e5. This is the first move going into the opponent's half of the board. And Nemo doesn't waste any time at all contesting that piece, asking Andrea what she wants to do with it. Are you going to stay in the center and let me capture you? Or are you going to remove your knight from my half of the board and help me develop capturing my knight, which we looked at? So Andrea's probably not going to do that, but this is definitely a question that she needs to answer. And that's why she's already in a bit of a think already here. And yeah, out of prep.
Yeah. So probably I'd go for, at least I would think about bishop d3 here as white. And then if knight takes e5, let's say we trade the bishops off. Trying to get rid of that defender. Bishop takes, pawn takes. That position I feel like is possibly playable for white. Because if knight d7, yeah, for example, then you can go e6.
Oh, e6 is really nice because you're undermining the f-pawn defense. Yeah, that's very annoying for sure.
So I don't know if this is actually good for white, but at least I would consider this one. Or possibly not taking an e5 with the bishop, maybe taking back with the pawn, but I'm not really sure. I don't know. I feel like you usually try to trade the bishops off here as white. But this one seems worse. Could be some queen b6 stuff or something.
Yeah, queen b6 is a common move after you played c6, opening up that diagonal for the queen, targeting this tender b2 pawn, which isn't the most obvious to defend. Hubskirt asking, is this event FIDE or USCF rated? It is FIDE rated. I actually don't know if I guess it's not USCF. There's a lot of non-US players. I think 3 players are from the US, 3 are from Canada. The other 2 from Europe, or I guess Dina is representing.
Well, I mean, you could have rated USCF. I'm sure Alex and Andrea have USCF ratings.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I don't know. Maybe they did. It's definitely possible. I just know it's definitely FIDE rated. It is definitely FIDE rated. All right, we have a move. So Andrea's retreated. Bring her knight back to d3.
Knight d3. Okay.
And Nemo still has some questions to answer. When you bring the knight back to d7, your other knight and your bishop get locked in a little bit. So white bring the knight back. This blocks Andrea's bishop as well, slightly. But it looks like Nemo's pieces, for the time being, are a little bit more inconvenienced. Although she can still go knight b6 and bring her other knight in, or her bishop. So still plenty of moves for these minor pieces to go to. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like Andrea is kind of playing with her space advantage, because like now the knight on d7 that came from f6 now it just looks stupid, right? Just like blocking all of black's pieces. Knight on d3 doesn't look like such a genius either, but yeah, she's kind of posing a question for Nemo on how to develop. There's a very natural repetition here. I'm just going to point it out. If black goes knight f6, I can go knight e5, which would be funny.
Ooh, that's that early draw we're talking about. I don't think we'll see that.
Now, but let's assume that like Nemo wants to play for a win, right? Because I mean, she's a high-rated player, and she lost yesterday. You know, she wants to end the tournament well. There's nothing stopping Andrea from offering the repetition and kind of playing against that, right? Knowing Nemo is going to have to deviate somehow. Sometimes it's a very, crafty thing lower rated players can do, right? Just like they offer the repetition, knowing, like, even if they don't want to draw, like Andrea's, for all we know, might want the win, but you can still do it knowing that your opponent is going to be put under pressure to deviate.
I'm going to assume both players are definitely going to play for the win. I think Andrea has got a lot to prove. She doesn't want to end 0 for 7 for sure. And
oh yeah,
knowing
never
that,
see it.
yeah, here's Nemo taking it to Andrea right now. B5.
B5. B5.
Asking this Jobava knight what it's doing on C3. Perhaps.
Yeah, I don't love B5. Yeah, definitely don't love B5. Just because with B4, you're kind of kicking White's knight to A4 and C5, which is just like a great outpost for White's knight. So don't quite see the follow-up to this move.
Yeah, so probably not going to go for B4, but just taking space. Maybe preventing knight going to A4 in some cases. Although 9A4 maybe, if it ever...
All right, B4 isn't even a threat because of the knight on D3. So if White just goes A4 here, what's the plan exactly?
Yeah, A4 is a great move. I'm thinking B5, if Nemo had additional moves that she could play consecutively, like, yeah, prepping B4 with A5 would make sense. But like you pointed out, A4 immediately here from Andrea would definitely give Nemo some questions. Like, why did you play B5? Because you're not going to play B4. And yeah, it's creating a lot of weaknesses. You pointed out this nice C5 square. Now there's a hole there because there's no pawn that could kick a piece out. So yeah, it's curious to see if Andrea is going to press against this with A4, because that is definitely the most pressing continuation here.
Yeah, I don't see Black's idea. I think Nemo just like I think she wants to play like knight to B6 and then develop the queenside play, but I think she just either missed or is underestimating A4 because that's very awkward for Black to deal with. You definitely don't want to take.
Andrea's
oh, and it's already on the board. Oh,
yeah.
Nice job, Andrea. Bravo.
So computer actually wants us to sack the pawn and play B4 because defending this pawn is really awkward already. If you play A6, White will just take because our pawn is pinned. The rook is undefended. Maybe we'll see queen B6.
Queen B6 AB.
Yeah, it takes anyways, and our pawn on D5 is already
exactly
under question. So, yeah, tough stuff here from Nemo. She might go down a pawn early. So
no, I think she's just gonna take on A4.
Okay, it takes on A4.
Yeah,
but now
which is very ugly.
Yeah,
it's at least you don't lose a pawn.
Okay. Yeah, not the best here from Nemo. And she's not spent that much time, but after A4, I mean, she's gonna have to think about, okay, what am I doing?
Time to offer a draw, I think.
No. Definitely would be surprised. I mean, B5 is already a surprising move, but aggressive move from Nemo. Andrea fights right back with A4. Very nice. didn't spend too much time on that either. It was interesting. On knight d3, Andrea spent 9 minutes to play that, but only 2 minutes to play here.
Yeah, knight d3 was very tricky.
We'll see if Nemo gets into some deep thought here, or she's gonna keep playing with speed. Shout out to D Burke with the sub for 19 months. Thank you, welcome. Shout out to Albert. Good to see you again. Albert's been enjoying these earlier streams. This match was originally supposed to be played at 11, postponed to 1:15, which is much better for. I think they agreed to it. Kostia and myself agreed to it. This is a good time for us. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Upskirt saying really cool setup and event. I totally agree. I hope they run more of these, because why not? They're like great tournaments. It's good content. I'm sure numbers have been great for all the channels in terms of viewers. People love to see their heroes play OTB. So, yeah. So yeah, B takes A4, which, yeah, the computer might not think was best, but like from a human point of view, all of the different ways you can give up a pawn just looked luckless, and then you're down a pawn. At least here you're not down a pawn, so it doesn't feel as bad. Even though for the engines are so strong, for them it's like the C5 square is just like worth so much. White can actually take back either way here. I mean, I would look at knight first to get to that outpost, but taking with the rook is also, I'm sure, is not bad for white either. Just piling up. And now black has multiple weaknesses, C6 and A7. White basically has 0 weaknesses. So strategically, white is doing fantastic already. So personally, I would have played BA4 and offered to draw it. So I would have been like, oh man, this is not what I wanted. And I would try to bail. Because now I think white's position is just like great. Like, I mean, Andrea should try to win this game, basically, at this point.
Yeah, Andrea's gonna go for the win, which is exciting. Yeah, we really got to question this B5 pawn push from Nemo, like what the thought process was behind that. Maybe she was sensing Andrea already out of prep, trying to throw her off even further, which I don't know if that makes entire sense, but definitely if you look at B5, you're not threatening B4, and you're also maybe arguing you're trying to prevent the knight from getting into A4. But okay, the knight doesn't even go to A4. Okay, we have rook recaptures here from Andrea. So yeah. Activating.
No, I mean, I think she just blundered A4. That this was so strong, because basically, like if white didn't have this move A4, then Nemo's idea is totally fine. Like you just advance on the queen side and you fight for some squares. But so it's kind of like a concrete thing. It's just like you're not expecting this knight on D3 to be so like I didn't even see it at first either. That like, oh, there's no B4. So yeah, you just get normally if you get cracked with A4, you push B4, no problem. But here, there's no B4, then big problem. So
yeah, usually there's no knight on D3. But okay, rook on A4. I feel like knight B6 is a natural tempo move that we can get.
Yeah, definitely black can play knight B6. I mean, probably will need to just to develop the rest of the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe the other knight comes to D7 once white moves the rook away. I'm a little surprised by rook takes A4 just because I felt like knight A4.
Andrea's
so logical.
She's holding firm on this Jobava knight, staying on C3.
Yes, I guess so.
But yeah, the knight to A4 really helps because the knight on D3 helps support, the knight on C5 once it gets there.
Yeah, that knight on C5 is very, very strong. On an outpost. Oh, I'm hearing Jennifer in so much trouble against Jules. Yeah, actually, I'm watching this game out of the corner of my eye. I saw Jennifer played a very, very risky opening. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one, huh?
Yeah, last round for all these players, so we're expecting to see some fireworks. I'm really keeping my eye out for this Alex versus Dina game for second place, especially looking at the clock. Dina's down on time by a lot. Albert asking, the players are no longer under the weather. Well, I just saw Nemo did take some of her inhaler just a moment ago, so she is still with a bit of a cough. She's still been coughing a little bit. I hope she's feeling better though from earlier. She was definitely doing much worse, I think. And Andrea was apparently in the ER yesterday, so wasn't feeling well either. Maybe some sort of allergic reaction. I'm not sure. But she's back and she's playing, so presumably feeling better. But yeah, these players are warriors. They're going through all sorts of stuff, and yet they still meet together here at the board to finish off this last round. It's all for you guys. So
yeah,
cherish this
all
moment.
for the fans.
Exactly. What these players put themselves through for our entertainment. I mean, truly selfless. Yeah, Nemo busted out B5 quite quick. Now she's slowing down a little bit, saying, "Whoa, let's pump the brakes. Maybe can't play like this for too long. Otherwise, Andrea might make the Jobava London look really, really good."
Yeah, Nemo needs to find a way to trick Andrea here. If she could manage to get like C5 in, that would be great. So she just castles. Okay. I think that's a good move. Just flexible. You don't play knight b6, make it easy. Like, just put the ball back into white's court. Force Andrea to make a move. Maybe you get some c5 in one day, maybe e5. We'll see.
C5 on move 1, IKEA versus D4. That's interesting. That's getting in. Actually, what is that, Benoni?
Yeah, it'd be some kind of Benoni.
I'm not a fan. I used to play the Benoni, but I didn't like it.
Yeah, it's
D5.
It's a wild opening.
Okay, so castles, and the computer wants Andrea to full send, go all out on the king side.
Queen A1, yeah. No, G4.
Exactly. G4, and I think that's a very aggressive move. I actually like it a lot for white, and the point is our bishop, our light square bishop, is kind of cut off right now because this knight is on D7. So you don't really want to take, but you also don't want to allow the capture. So that would put Nemo into a very awkward position here. You mentioned Queen A1. That is also a move. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we're playing on the queen side, Joe. You know, we went A4, rook takes A4. I thought
You
Queen
could just
A1
go
is the
after that
plan.
A7 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine Queen A1 is bad for white. I think white is doing quite well here, but G4 is that's really going for the kill. It is a very thematic idea in these positions.
Yeah, there's no knight on F6. There's no bishop controlling it. Like G4 is definitely taking that opportunity.
But on G4, the main question, of course, would be knight back to F6 from black and how white wants to deal with that one. Because that's not really so obvious, I think.
Yeah, G4 takes, queen takes. You don't really want to line up your queen opposite the bishop because there's a lot of discoveries there. So
yeah, G4 definitely not HG, because HG white will go H5.
Yeah, they won't take back.
Tear us apart.
H5. So you wanted to play
so
knight
G4,
F6.
I was thinking knight F6.
Yeah, knight F6, attacking that pawn. And if G takes H5, we have knight takes. And white no longer has a G pawn. So our knight on H5, although it's on the edge of the board, it's going to do a good job of keeping the H file closed. So there, I imagine white might want to try to attack that knight with their bishop E2, which is also
B2, yeah.
really solid move right now for Andrea if she wanted to get ready to castle.
Yeah, bishop E2 also fine here. Either with the idea of castling or going G4.
Exactly.
But rook A4 to me, like, it's hard to combine rook A4 and G4 because if you're gonna go G4, it's like you want to castle queenside. But now that's hard to do after rook takes A4.
So yeah, no queenside castles for Andrea, unless she wanted to do it by hand. King D2.
Yeah. No, always go King D2, King C1. Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah. Maybe not in one move, but in two. But yeah, like she doesn't have to castle. Like she could go for this attack. Also, shout out to Alan.
G4 looks very strong.
G4 strong move. Chicago Cubs saying, I thought Andrea dropped out. She dropped out for a moment and then she came back. She even finished her game yesterday late against Jennifer Yu. So she's back in action, and wow, Queen A1, the move you called out instantly.
Yeah, I mean, that just felt like the logical follow-up of rook A4. You know, I think if you're going to play for G4, you would probably take with the knight on A4. It's funny. No, I mean, I wasn't thinking about G4 at all until you mentioned the move, right? So it's like...
I definitely wasn't going to do.
I can totally imagine it. It might not have even crossed her mind. Because I wasn't thinking about it at all. But once you start thinking about it, G4, knight F6, you take on H5, knight H5, and you got bishop E2 or bishop E5. It's like, oh yeah, black's kingside just like opens up, and it's like it looked great. It looked great.
Yeah, that's the luxury of having Stockfish on your side.
Yeah,
because that was not my own original. I don't know probably bishop E2 I think makes a lot of sense for me. Getting ready to castle, just developing a piece.
Right.
But I do love these. I mean, when you play H4, I mean G4, like those pawns are brethren going on the front lines of the attack, going against this black king over there, like leaving the rook on the H file. I mean, that is an aggressive style that I can really get behind. I love opposite side castles games because that's where you can really launch your attack. Andrea having moved the queen side rook, I mean, she could very well still keep the king in the center. We also mentioned moving the king manually to the queen side. So yeah, Andrea, she hasn't developed the light square bishop yet. She hasn't castled yet. She's keeping her options open for attacking Nemo, and right now she's taken the A file, going after A7. So is this a pawn that you would defend, Kostya, or would you go for some sort of counterattack?
Yeah, I don't really see a great way to give the pawn, so I'd probably try to defend it with like, I guess like queen B6 would be the first move that comes to mind. You could consider like rook E8 as well, and try to give the pawn and then play for E5. I wouldn't really believe in it as black, but I guess it's something I would think about. Yeah, C5 is always a move you want to play, but the issue is you hang the D pawn, and so it doesn't feel like it's gonna work. Like C5, knight takes D5. So yeah, and you really don't want to play like an A6 kind of move.
Do we get if knight takes D5, do we take on D4? Pawn takes, and then maybe we have E5, or like you said, rook E8. I mean,
Well, when black takes on d4, I think white has some nice options there. There's like knight c7,
Yeah, knight
there's bishop
c7 's
c7.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, we got to start there.
Maybe trying to see if we can make that work, because c5 is the top line actually.
Wow.
Hello, Constant. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. So maybe we look at this idea. But yeah, so the other idea is moving the a pawn, either a5 or a6, just to defend it. But c5, knight takes d5. Bishop b7 is the move. No, this
Bishop,
is not.
yeah, typical engine, just like brilliance.
Give up everything.
It's just like,
After,
oh, I got 2 bishops.
After knight c7, it says e5.
e5.
And yeah, this is more computer nonsense, right? It wants knight takes e5. Knight takes a8. C takes d4. Rook takes. And then queen e7. But okay.
Oh, queen e7. Ah, queen e7. Yes,
yeah,
of course.
yeah.
Queen e7.
Uh-huh.
And then queen takes a7. I'm just
slight edge for black there.
Oh, there's knight. Yeah.
Okay. Easy. Yeah. No.
Well, let's try to analyze it
like with our own
move by move. Yeah. So c5, knight takes d5. And then is bishop b7 the only move here?
It's c takes d is plus 0.7. So bishop b7.
Let's look at c takes d4 because that's like more human.
Yeah. Now you're c7 squared. So bishop c7 and is 1.
Right. Bishop c7, queen e8.
Queen e8's forced. Probably a bishop move, threatening the fork. So bring the bishop back. You can go to like g3 or h2.
I feel like here white can play like e4 or e takes d4 and have a good position too.
E takes, yeah. Bishop b7 there again.
Yeah, I guess it's sharp. I mean, white's up a pawn, but like the king is still in the center, so stuff can happen.
Yeah, I think the computer doesn't care about the pawn because it just likes
e5 is coming.
It likes the development, the counterplay. So even though it looks like white is grabbing material with their own attacks, yeah, we have this e5 idea a lot of times, just going for fast development. But yeah, the odds of this happening are pretty much next to nothing.
Yeah, I think very unlikely. We'll see c5. I feel like queen b6 is like the more human move. If c5 dc5, I think the idea is to push e5 for black. And then at least you get some play in the center. Maybe not.
It likes bishop g5.
Bishop g5. What'd she do? She went a6. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, guys, they don't have the stockfish next to the. They need to. Yeah, they got their laptops and stuff, but it's not like visible for the players.
Yeah, they're not even watching their own stream. It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Honestly, after the game, they'll look after. This is where they'll see all their mistakes. Oh, I missed c5. No, this is still very much a game. I'm curious to see how Andrea is going to continue. She's doubled on the A file. Does she want to keep putting pressure on the queen side, or is she going to shift again to the king side? Maybe going for castles. maybe going for a fianchetto. Although, I don't know, seems awkward to play g3. Maybe instead of g4, she can go f3, g4.
Well, I feel like if she didn't go g4 when the queen was on d1, we're probably not going to see it with the queen on a1. You know, I think Andrea is just playing on the queen side. So like one move I could expect here, like bishop e2 maybe is like the first move, but maybe even just b4.
Yeah,
lock it down.
Yeah, I was thinking b4 as well. I mean, another idea, like maybe knight b4. But yeah, maybe not too bright of a future for the knight there. I don't know. It is attacking a lot of pawns.
Knight b4. Yeah, it's a little funny. But annoying.
Because you're also opening up the bishop. So you're adding 2 more attackers to the a pawn. It's defended 3 times.
Knight b4 and trying to take the a pawn, huh?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think white doesn't really need to cash in too early. Because for me, it's like black has long-term structural weaknesses. So yeah, I would rather just want to keep the grip. But that's just me. I mean, I don't know if it's the right way to play the position. But it does feel like we have a static advantage. So it's like we're trying to hang on to it long term.
Yeah.
The other thing about b4 is it gives up knight b6, knight c4. So maybe white's pawn should go to b3. I don't know. It's a very delicate position.
There is another good point. The bishop is putting pressure on the knight on b8. That knight is defended by both the rook and the knight. So if you took the rook, you're going to lose. Well, I guess the a pawn's defended by the bishop now. But yeah, there's ways that white could put additional pressure, right? It is kind of x-rayed by the bishop all the way over on f1. So essentially the point is the knight on d7 could be potentially pinned, needing to stay around to defend the knight on b8. But it's definitely very passive for these knights. So we'll see how Nemo decides to get out of this. Maybe
those knights are not happy.
Maybe rook e8 at some point, like you called out, trying to play for e5 again.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, if black could break with e5, I think that would be nice. Although this e5 move, it like... Okay, just for fun, let's say like white goes bishop e2, black goes rook e8, and then white goes b3, black goes e5, and then we get a bunch of trades on e5.
Yeah, this is starting to like black at this point. How many more trades do we want to see?
Let's say white trades everything off. This I thought was kind of funny because white's rook on a4 is now opened on the 4th rank, and white's queen on a1 is now opened on the diagonal. So it's hard to say if this actually helps white or not. All these trades. I feel like it does a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
at some point it likes white again. So what point?
Yeah.
So oh wow, it's calling for a rook sacrifice. Don't give up the fianchetto bishop. Play rook takes e5.
All right, typical computer stuff.
And I guess we're gonna play queen f6.
Yeah.
Maybe. What does it want here? Yeah, it wants rook back to d4.
Yeah, no, white will have to give the exchange, of course. Bummer.
Really? So like if F4, bishop back to G7. Is it really this difficult to get out of this? Like if we play like B4, Queen F6. I wanted rook here. I don't know. I guess it's too weak.
Yeah, White's position is very, very loose.
Yeah, even King D2 not good enough. I don't know.
Yeah, dark square's too weak.
But that's not an easy. That's a deep.
Well, interesting sample line. Yeah, we did get bishop E2 on the board, so we got one move.
Bishop E2 and now rook E8 from Nemo, going for E5. We'll see.
That feels very logical. Yeah.
There's also this knight B6 move that we've looked at it perchance. Hello, Jenny. Thank you. Abdul saying the lame-o move is knight b6. Knight b6? How is that lame-o? You're developing a knight with tempo. I mean, love me some good old tempo.
I think it just means it's like simple. Like you don't have to think deeper. You just go knight b6, and then okay, you can wait for white to make a move, and then you can come up with your next move after that. Like it's an easy move you can play.
I'd say if you could like castle kingside or queenside, and queenside is like the aggressive opposite side castles, and kingside is like same side castles. Kingside castle would be the lame-o move, you know. Or, you know, choosing to go for like a closed position versus a open position would be lame-o. You know, I need to see some sparks fly, some tactics, aggression.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get them. I'm sure we'll get them.
So something like rook e8 and e5, definitely higher octane. Knight b6, I think is just a solid move because you're attacking the rook. You're also looking at c4. Also looking to get the other minor pieces out. I wouldn't go e5 right away. I feel like it's a little early. I feel like you need to prep it first, because the rest of our pieces can't really get into the attack. So, but yeah, the top choice is knight b6.
Stockfish, typical lame-o chess. No, knight b6 makes sense. I mean, you want to get your other knight out to d7. You want to get your bishop out as well too at some point. I don't really see a huge drawback to it. Yeah, Andrea just. Oh, there's a fly.
The fly, not realizing it's only standard chess, it's not bug house.
Yeah, I don't know what she's gonna do. Rook e8, knight b6.
I was gonna say the fly might not be the only bug in there because I'm starting to hear crickets.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Can't help it sometimes.
Right. Well, we got time anyway. So.
Yeah, bishop e2, Nemo's deep in thought. She's got a couple minutes ahead of Andrea. She's still got some good options. Obviously, moving the knight with the tempo against the rook, solid. Opens up for a lot of her minor pieces. She could try opening up with e5, prepping it with rook e8 first. Makes a lot of sense. I don't think she would consider seriously e5. Definitely.
Oh, e5 without prepping it?
Yeah, definitely premature. It's an idea. It's
No,
a
I
move
mean,
that you want to go for, but
definitely, yeah, interesting.
what else? I mean, the knight on b8 literally can't move. I don't think you would go bishop b7. So, yeah, either knight b6 or rook e8 make the most sense. We've been talking about queen b6, but that was in relation to like defending a7, maybe putting pressure on b2. So none of those things are really logical. So queen b6 isn't really a move. The only other moves you could consider is like moving your king. So yeah, rook e8 or knight b6. These are kind of the only two.
Yeah, top two moves for sure. I could see someone looking at an immediate e5, but it's hard to. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna lose a pawn.
Someone's asking if Kostia is Greek.
Yeah. I'm not. I am not. No, my family's all from Ukraine. Are you Greek?
No. But I like Greek food.
Yeah, Greek food, Mediterranean food, amazing. Amazing.
I've never
Kebabs.
been. What's up, chicken? Good to see. I just referenced Bug House. I don't know if that's what lured chicken into the chat, but okay, knight b6 looks like it's been played on the board.
Played. Yeah.
Solid.
I like Greek sporting events as well.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Olympics?
Yeah, they do this one called the Olympics, like every 4 years. It's very cool.
How long has that been going on?
Oh, years. Years.
Yeah. Is it always in Greece?
Yes.
That's
as far as I know.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah, it's always in Athens. Athens, Greece.
On Mount Olympus.
Yes, exactly. Rook A2.
Chicken, are you Greek? There's a school that joined the Collegiate Chess League last season from Athens, and they ended up doing fairly well, actually. They have some really strong chess players.
Very strong, right?
Yeah. One of the top players from the St. Louis team is Nicholas Theodorou, who's Greek.
Yes.
He kind of looks like you in a way. I feel like I could see why someone would think you're Greek. You know, dark hair, facial hair. That's all you need, really. If I grew out my beard, maybe. No.
I could see him. I could see you being from Cyprus. You look like someone who could be from Cyprus.
Huge compliment. Raj is asking if I would rather have a donor or a Greek euro. I'd rather have. So okay, here's the thing, you guys. People, it's spelled gyro, but I've been told that that's not how you're supposed to pronounce it. But then I'm also told that you can pronounce it however, and it's probably fine. So what do you guys say? Gyro, euro. I don't know. Gyro.
think it's hero, like hero.
Hero. Okay. What about like Euro?
Yeah, I think hero's
It's all the same.
closer. I think just not gyro. I think gyro is just like
Oh, you can't say gyro.
I don't know. I think it sounds a little uncultured.
It's American culture.
I don't know. It'd be like saying like tapioca or something. I don't know.
Okay, rook back to a2. I can't help but feel like queen and rook on the a file are just, it's a lot of work and not a lot of pay.
Well, it's a slow build up. At this point, I think White's going to castle and play knight a4 somewhere.
Yeah, but you could have played knight a4 a lot earlier.
True.
Taking the
Joe,
pawn.
apologies, I need to take a quick break.
Yeah, do your thing.
I will be back. See you all soon.
I'll try to limit my puns.
Yeah, please, guys, keep an eye on him.
Yeah. Yeah, someone asked about Turkey. I was trying to think of some puns there. But I don't know much about Turkey. I know they have a lot of cats. Apparently Greece also has a lot of cats. But I only know much about them from like social media. That's where I learn about everything these days, unfortunately. But I've also learned that not everything is as it seems. Because I was at the venue here in Malibu helping the players set up, and a lot of these players are filming content on social media. There's a lot of like interview questions about like players' favorite pieces, favorite openings, what have you. And there's a lot of retakes. A lot of these finished products that you see, it's not the first take. A lot of times it's not even the second take. And you've even seen it a little bit. Like, I think when Alex and Andrea had their matchup, if you were watching the stream, you'll see that they'll film their walk up to it, shake hands, and then they don't start the game. They do another take. They do that, another time. And I think even Hammer was saying like, all right, well, the game's been delayed. Now we're seeing the handshake and okay, they're doing the walk up again. So yeah. Social media, you guys, don't let these people deceive you. These games, I don't even know if the games are real. These all could have been prearranged. They just memorized all these moves in advance. Just kidding. No, the games are definitely real. The games are definitely real. Chicken says he prefers white. Yeah, white has a slight edge. Man, I would love to see some Chicken commentary. Chicken and I played a little puzzle racer last night. Chicken did very well. Shout out to Chicken, for those that don't know. FIDE master, Daniel Yeager, from the Philadelphia area. Strong Bughouse player. And even stronger person. He lifts, he works out. Not to mention, very handsome, very kind. I couldn't say enough good things about Chicken. Very underrated. I feel like not enough people know about Chicken Crossroad. Two days with Ben and Joe, thinks he can throw around puns. Honestly, I would say commentating with Ben is definitely a huge highlight in my commentary career, if you could call it that. But I would say that my puns are mostly inspired by Danya commentary. I think that Danya's puns per minute is probably the highest of all the chess commentators. I mean, I don't know. Ben, maybe I don't watch enough Ben. Ben's up there too. Maybe Danya was inspired by Ben. Maybe Ben was the originator of the chess pun commentary. Yasser. I love me some Yasser commentary. I saw Yasser like a month or so ago, randomly, when I visited St. Louis. Literally, I just go to St. Louis and I just am like eating dinner outside and I just see Yasser walk by casually. What a great city. I mean, a lot of people will tell you bad things about St. Louis, which are probably justified. But as far as chess goes, it's hard to find a better place. Although I know Charlotte is definitely making a case. EU uses kilopuns. Yeah, ppm. Some would say it's parts per million. But yeah, you don't want to get it confused with puns per minute. Wow, there's a command in Kostia's channel, Squid Champ. Apparently Kostia is a Squid Champ. We're gonna have to ask him about that. Thank you, Pumpkin the cat, for sharing. All right, Nemo's made a move. Is this event in St. Louis? No, this event is in Malibu, California. Rook e8 played, so Nemo has combined the best two moves. Whether or not she played them in the right sequence, I guess we'll find. Computer did like knight b6 best. So knight b6 played, rook back, and now it wanted to bring the other knight into d7. I mean, this knight move frees up all these pieces. You could have also played bishop to f5. Rook e8 was listed as the third top choice. Yesterday during Nemo's game, we were looking at all of these engine moves, and the computer, even between moves, was changing its mind. But rest assured, Nemo's playing good moves, regardless of how high up on the eval list it comes. Knight b6, rook e8, very great choices here. And the clear threat is e5. e5 is next up on the agenda. Nemo's going to go for it. Andrea surely sees it, is going to have to be ready for it, because it's going to come. I don't know if you could stop it. You could put a piece, maybe bring the knight back to e5, but then I guess, yeah, knight e5 maybe is a move. Targeting this pawn. If we go here, knight takes with a tempo. That's kind of annoying. Actually, that would be a crazy way to get your queen trapped. Look at that, you're smothered. And the bishop covers the flight square. The knight here covers this queen. That would be a Botez gambit to end the game. That would not be fun. So don't blunder that. And yeah, here computer says it's even. You're one move away from losing your queen. If you blunder, of course. So don't blunder. But yeah, computer doesn't like this so much because we're going to bring the knight back to d7. Interesting. And Kostia mentioned a potential repetition like that. It's another way you could go for it. Who's leading the event? This event is pretty much locked up. Jennifer Yu is 5.5 out of 6. Her only draw coming at the hands of Nemo back in round 1. Although people are saying that she's in a tough spot right now against Jules Gambit with the white pieces and a time advantage. So that's a game you definitely want to keep an eye out for. Jennifer Yu will lock first place with a draw, but she's definitely going to try to go for a win. Jules is, I believe, the lowest rated player in this event, so Jennifer's beaten everyone so far except Nemo. But I mean, wow, what an opportunity if Jules would be able to even get a draw. But yeah, it looks like she's doing better. Very far from over. It's still a long game, and I think Alex and Jules almost had a draw yesterday. That was a rook and pawn endgame that Jules... Actually, I guess both players misplayed it, because it's very reminiscent of Alex versus Linda, I want to say. That was also rook and pawn endgame. So rook and pawn endgames are tough. Definitely Alex was leading for the majority of it and then blundered a draw in both games, maybe even multiple times. But in the end, getting the job done. Linda and Jules not able to defend it perfectly. And that's going to cost you points. So... yeah, Alex finds herself tied with Dina for second. If Jennifer loses with her first loss of the event, Alex and Dina could tie her with a win of their own. So, yeah, huge implications there. Looks like Dina's really down on the clock against Alex. But as we saw yesterday in Anna's game versus Nemo, the time advantage doesn't really mean that much. Anna had a minute to Nemo's, like, I don't know, 45 minutes. But Anna played it pretty flawlessly. All right, yeah, we do have 95. This was a move I was looking at, and the reason for that is very logical, right? Black just played rook e8. Black clearly wants to play e5. Knight back to e5 is just physically stopping that from happening. And the computer gives us a question mark, but I think it's being a little harsh. The computer wants Nemo to capitalize by bringing this knight back to d7. Obviously not this knight. As we pointed out, that's one way to lose the game with the Botez Gambit. You want to contest the knight with the other knight. So we are conceding, bringing this knight backwards, but the knight did a good job of flushing this rook back to a more passive square. And we want to contest this knight. If the knight goes back again, now e5 is even more supported. So this could be a good move for Nemo if she goes for it. Of course, she doesn't have to go for it. She's already brought the knight to d7. So to do it again maybe is counterintuitive, especially knowing that you move the knight to free up these pieces. So we might just see the bishop come out first somewhere and then bring the knight back. It's also very logical. As long as Nemo doesn't play knights from b8 to d7, she should be good. She's definitely not going to do that. But I have to point that out because I know a lot of us would fall for that. Feel free to raise your hand. I won't call you out, but you're welcome to point yourselves out. Be honest with yourself. I know some, maybe even I would have done it. Maybe I pointed it out because that's a move that I wanted to play. And then only later realizing that's how you lose the queen. No? No one would have done it? Just me? Someone's saying f6. F6 is not a move you want to do. Not because Ben Feingold was here earlier, but because you're really weakening the light squares in front of your king. So, f6. It looks like maybe you're helping support e5, but It's not really worth it. Your king gets too weak. Chicken Crossroad says me too. Chicken Crossroad probably hasn't made a blunder since he was a schoolboy. Many years ago. When I look at Chicken Crossroad, I think that's a perfect man right there. Flawless. Could do no wrong. Truthfully. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Chicken is a former Bughouse world champion. That's a fun fact. Nemo, world youth champion. Jennifer Yu, also world youth champion. Chicken Crossroad, former Bughouse world champion. Also apparently won the Danker prize. I don't know if that's right or not. I heard that's a thing. Back in 2020 for the Bughouse World Championship. Welcome back, Kostya.
Oh, hello. What's the action?
I was holding back on the puns. But
Good.
Rook e8 was played, threatening e5. So Andrea blocks e5 by putting a knight there. And now Nemo's brought her knight back to d7, not blundering her queen in one move with knight from 8 to d7, but instead playing knight 6 to d7. Very important detail.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure about this knight e5 move from Andrea because, I mean, e5 wasn't really a threat there yet. And now after knight e5, knight d7 back. Now if she goes back knight d3 again, then e5 will be a problem. So I'm not exactly sure what the plan was here.
The knight's
because she's allowing Nemo to trade some stuff off.
Imagine knight f3, which actually isn't that hard to imagine.
Yeah, but then black just goes e5 anyway, right?
Imagine we play knight back to f6. The knights are just hopping around. No. Okay.
Oh.
So instead of this knight dance, yeah,
maybe.
so we could see a trade on d7. I mean, I guess my point is we've been here before, right? Like these knights have both been here before. They've experienced this tension, and now we'll see what they do about it. But yeah, retreating move from Andrea will clearly lead to an e5 pawn break from Nemo. So that would be good to see because we're trying to open up the position. White's king still in the center of the board.
Yeah, so I still like White's position here, but she might have lost some time with this last move. And yeah, that's an issue. You would take on d7, but then black takes back with the knight. You're still dealing with e5. I guess maybe she's gonna keep the queen or just keep the knight on e5. So maybe like come up with a different move here. Maybe like b3 or something. The idea would be to try to defend this e pawn with the queen in the future.
Wow.
Maybe that could be an idea. All right, it's an interesting question. So knight d7. If black takes back, knight takes d7. White could take on a6. I mean, I think black would like to take back with the knight, so I feel like this is critical. So if white takes on a6 there, yeah, it's hard to judge exactly. Maybe black plays e5. And we are down a pawn, but position is kind of opening up. So I would think that black is okay. 95, yeah.
Some d4 ideas later.
Oh, and you can't really castle because of the h4 pawn. So, yeah, not super fun for white.
But white's up a pawn.
Indeed.
So that's pretty fun.
That's something, but the king has to stay in the center. So,
I mean, how bad is it to lose the h-pawn?
well, then you give your pawn back.
So you're no longer up a pawn.
Right.
But you've castled.
Yeah. Then black gets to take your h-pawn.
And then you're not up a pawn anymore.
Yeah, and it's a kingside pawn.
Ah, I see. So there's some pros and cons.
Yeah, because I mean, I think what white doesn't really want to take this a6 pawn just yet. What white wants is to just keep all of black's pieces passive, right? They want to keep black's pieces tied down to the a pawn. But if black is able to break with e5, then
Counterplay.
black is getting out. Yeah, counterplay. Exactly. So
if knight takes d7, we could take with queen or bishop as well. But I think, and Andrea's done this. Andrea's made this capture. She trades knights. And now Nemo, we're expecting the knight takes because we want to play for e5.
Right.
But could we take with something else and still play for e5?
Yeah, it's just you want to develop the knight, you know.
Yeah, so people are asking queen takes, right? Because we defend the a pawn. So I guess, how do you judge, is the a pawn worth saving, or is the development and the counterplay with the knight in the center more valuable than that pawn?
I would say the development is more important, you know. Like a pawn is a pawn, but a knight is a knight, right? So I'd rather be down a pawn than down a knight, which is kind of what it feels like when we leave our pieces on the back rank.
Yeah, that's very true.
The other thing is, I don't even think we're keeping the pawn after queen takes d7. White can go bishop takes b8, bishop takes a6. So I think we need to recognize, like, if white really wants to take this pawn, they can take it. So we might as well just develop our pieces in the most natural way.
Yeah, most natural is to take back with a knight.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if Nemo goes for this, which would be good to see. She's going to play for e5. And we'll see if Andrea even goes for the pawn. She very well might not. Also, yeah, so I guess what you were saying is if you take the knight with the queen, white could still just take the knight on b8. Right? If we don't take with the knight could get captured anyways.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Knight takes d7. Then I guess maybe we shouldn't take Nemo too long, but both players are under the hour mark. So they both used about 30 minutes each. So yeah, it's definitely a bit more even on the clock compared to yesterday.
Yeah, we're not seeing huge thinks by one of the players who ends up winning. I mean, full credit to Anna. She won like a very nice endgame in the end. It was unfortunate I had to miss it, but yeah, I thought she played great. She really took her chance.
Yeah, I feel like having the positional advantage is much more valuable than the time advantage. obviously depends on how much of the advantage in either direction. But it was enough for Anna to convert. So yeah, Nemo was unable to find a breakthrough. And yeah, Anna played very well in time pressure, and in very key moments, she played that tremendously. So, and now Anna's playing against Linda. She's had a pretty good event. And yeah, there's even possibility she could get tied for. Could she get tied for third? I don't know.
Anna, yeah, I think if she wins and the other game is decisive, she could tie for third.
Yeah. That'd be a very good result for her. All right, yeah, wow,
yeah.
Nemo did take on d7 with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess some hesitation here over the a pawn. I'm curious if Andrea is gonna take on b8.
Yeah, which doesn't feel right. Maybe it's the best move. I don't know, but yeah, it doesn't feel like White really wants to. Like that's your Jobava bishop, you know, that you're giving up.
Yeah.
Just for this measly a pawn that's not going anywhere. I would look at knight a4 here for White. So I would try to be playing for activity again.
Yeah, knight a4 is a huge move because you're really taking advantage of the lack of a knight on d7, because the knight is going to get into either c5, which is a beautiful outpost, or go even for b6 with a fork. So knight a4 is a huge candidate move. Yeah, awkward recapture from Nemo, not taking with the knight. And I think as chess players, you kind of develop this sort of intuition, right? And you're mentioning Anna's like a very intuitive player, right? And then you could play these intuitive moves really quickly, even in like a blitz game. But then in a classical game, where you have all this extra time to think, you can kind of think yourself out of good moves, right?
Right.
So the intuitive move, probably taking back with a knight, ended up being the most natural and the best follow-up continuation here. But
yeah, we've seen this a couple of times where I feel like Nemo would have made the right move if it was a blitz game, and then ends up kind of overthinking it and trying to be like too safe, I think, in classical. Like it's almost like she underestimates the power of activity. It's like she thinks it's just like a blitz thing where you sacrifice material for like initiative. It's like, no, you could do it in classical too. I mean, sometimes you have to. Anna, I think she would have spent 20 minutes there and then taken with the knight. I feel like she would have realized that this is the right decision.
yeah, so curious to see how Andrea can punish this. Knight a4 we're talking about is a really big candidate move. She could also just get along with castling. But yeah, we liked Nemo trying to go for this e5 pawn break. Castling was disincentivized because the queen on d8 was targeting the h pawn. But now the queen's not there anymore, so castling seems a bit safer for White now. But yeah, Andrea also might just go materialistic, take on b8, and then take on a6. But that's definitely not like the natural response. Like the London bishop, like you called, is a piece that you don't want to give up so easily. Bishop for a knight, especially this knight on b8, which literally has no legal moves. Not going anywhere anytime soon. Should have been on d7. And Andrea could just very well leave that knight there and make Nemo think about what she's done, not taking back on d7 with the knight.
Yeah, so knight a4 here is very natural. Another move you could even think about as White is g4. the idea of going h5 if black takes, and then one day like king d2 and queen over. Okay, we do see knight a4. I think, yeah, this is the more human move, but maybe g4 could have been a thing too.
Yeah, g4 has been an idea for a while, and as you called it, g4 didn't happen when Andrea had her queen on d1, so I could totally see why it's not going to get played again, although there is a bishop supporting that idea now on e2.
Yeah, now it's like a little bit, yeah, more. But okay, knight a4 just makes so much sense.
Yeah, and now you got to move your queen again, basically.
Well, I don't know. Could black play e5? Maybe there's this idea again, like e5 if knight b6, queen b7, knight takes a8, e takes f4, and then the knight on a8 is kind of trapped. I don't know if it totally works, but I feel like you can consider this.
Yeah, you're not really giving up a rook if you're getting, you know, the two minor pieces for it in return. So e5 is definitely an attacking move, but maybe the problem is pawn takes.
White takes, yeah, exactly.
White takes, then you play knight b6.
Yeah, so on e5 takes, I think you wouldn't take back. You would just look for maybe like a queen c7 move or something.
Yeah, you would need to defend against.
But I don't think queen c7 is working. Yeah,
knight b6.
So I don't think e5 is working.
So e5 doesn't look great.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably a queen move. We want to address this knight coming in with tempo. Especially don't let the fork happen. Like Nemo's not going to let the fork happen. So
probably not.
Maybe queen a7, maybe queen b. I mean, queen b7 still knight c5 is annoying.
Yeah, I think the best square is like queen d8, honestly.
Yeah, putting the queen back on d8.
It looks weird, but like on d8 you're eyeing the h4 pawn. So if white ever castles, you got e5.
It's possible that Nemo just doesn't see the a4 square, because both times it's been played, it's kind of burned Nemo a little bit. Like when Nemo played b5, a4 was really annoying to deal with. Now she took queen to d7, knight a4 this time, really annoying to deal with. So here she could correct her mistake and just go straight back to d8. A sad move to make, knowing that, okay, I could have just taken back on d7 with the knight, but it's not too late. You can go back and do it. You might have lost a move or two or whatever, but it's still a good position.
Yeah, blind spot. Oh, queen d8's tough. I mean, you just feel like you're losing time.
She might just do it though.
Yeah, because like every other square just feels very misplaced. Like queen b7, you get hit with knight c5. And you gotta put the queen on like a7. Like b6 or something.
You know what's funny? Someone's pointing out queen to f5. Like moving the queen along the diagonal is actually a big mistake, because what do you do after knight b6?
Yeah.
Even though the queen's not hit, you're still hitting the rook hit. And we were mentioning this move, bishop takes b8 earlier, doesn't look very natural. Well, if knight b6 and the rook goes to a7, well, you best believe we're going to take on b8, because that's a free piece. Or is it? Do we have rook b8 or rook b7 there?
I guess there's some rook b7, but still, like, it's not. Still, you can take on c8. I'm sure it's good for white.
Oh yeah, there's knight c8.
I mean, it's not the end of the line, because knight c8, rook takes b8, then bishop takes a6.
Or knight a7 immediately.
Knight a7, apparently. Okay, and then rook takes a6.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's the end of the line.
Knight's getting bailed out there.
Yeah.
end of the line. So we can't allow knight b6. We can't allow it. So the queen has to stay around. That's why we're looking at d8 or a7. b7 is annoying because knight to c5 hits with the tempo. You can't go to c7 because of the bishop, obviously. So knight a4, great move here from Andrea, really trying to capitalize on Nemo's.
Yeah, Andrea playing good.
And yeah, Nemo should just own up to it and play queen d8. So we'll see. Queen a7 is not that bad, but it's opposite white's rook. Not a lot of future moves from there.
Yeah. Yeah, don't love queen a7.
We see man with head of dog asking, should white play bishop takes b8 to stop knight d7? After queen d8, it's definitely a possible move, but you're helping out Nemo's rook. Maybe go to the b file. And yeah, I mean, you don't want to give it the London bishop so easily. Because if you get rid of that knight, yeah, black can't play knight d7, but they're still going to play e5, right? Because your bishop also helps control that. So if you give up your bishop, you're weakening some dark squares too.
Yeah, black will get e5 in. And maybe it's still nice for white, I'm not sure, but maybe some counterplay too. Tough position.
Yeah, either d8 or a7.
Yeah.
All right, Nemo.
I think d8.
Nemo hasn't been down on the clock too many times throughout this tournament, but this is one of them.
Right, e5 was a move we were thinking about, but e5, d takes e5. And then black's next move there. Maybe queen d8 there. You can try. But I don't know if it's worth it.
Awkward sequence. Awkward sequence for sure.
Yeah. White goes b3. Defends the pawn.
Mars Space Pirate saying, I understand these things when explained. Yeah, Kostya is a good explainer. If you
shout out to the commentary.
If you go follow Kostya on his channel, the Chess Dojo does a great job of explaining chess to us mere mortals.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
Yeah, especially we like to explain to people from Mars because their moves are typically from out of this world.
Yeah, one day we'll have people on Mars and they'll be playing chess and maybe they'll be very good. Who knows?
There's actually a streamer, I think it's Chess on Earth, but their Discord username I think is Chess on Mars. So nice. They took the username early. They're ready for it.
Yeah, and there'll be like a Martian Chess Open, and then like Eric Rosen will go play, stream the event. I'll have like a good prize fund, like 100,000 space carrots or whatever. I can't wait. No, the lag I bet will be really good on Mars. I mean, there's just no. I bet they'll have like instant internet.
The first Mars tournament, there's gonna be a $1 million entry fee, and that'll just cover your, I don't know, travel. I'm sure it's probably more expensive than that though. But I'm
Yeah.
trying to think. I'm trying to think of who would go. Probably they'd have like Hans invited.
I think the first chess game on Mars is gonna be like Elon Musk versus Jeff Bezos or something. Like, but then yeah, maybe Hans
Hans would be the
second.
first grandmaster to play on Mars.
Right.
So
I can see that.
So yeah, Magnus is world champ. Actually, he's not anymore. But who would be the first Mars champ?
Probably Faustino.
Okay.
Probably got good chances. Yeah. Yeah, like he's gonna win the Earth World Championship like super easily, and then they'll be like, all right, you want to play in Mars? And be like, sure, I guess I got nothing better. Might as well be universe champion at this point.
Man, he's still world champ in Blitz and Rapid. Okay, I didn't know that. Abdul saying maybe Mishra or the Turkish kid. I don't know who the Turkish kid is.
Oh, Turkish kid, very strong. He's about to become like the youngest 2600 of all time by like a years. He's crushing it.
Chesscom DE with the rate of 54. Is that I'm gonna guess Denmark? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll own it. I should know. It's German, Deutsch. My bad.
I was thinking Deutsch.
I upset the entire country.
Deutschland.
Welcome. We're covering the Botez Invitational. This is the final round here between Nemo and Andrea. I'm Joe. I'm joined by Kostya. And yeah, right now it's actually Andrea who looks to be doing well with her Jobava London. Nemo a little bit behind. I mean, it's interesting. She still has the knight on b8 and a bishop on c8. She had a chance to play knight d7 with a capture, instead taking with the queen. And after knight a4 from Andrea, this Jobava knight, looking at some key squares, Nemo brings her queen over to a7, particularly keeping an eye on this knight b6 advance. But the best was to bring the queen back to d8. So Nemo kind of justifying this queen d7 move a little bit by going to a7. And yeah, now it's up to Andrea. We'll see if she castles or if she does something else.
Yeah, because at this point, Black could go e5 on their next move, or they can play knight d7 and then e5. So White has a lot to think about here, because you're not sure if you want to allow e5 or how you want to deal with it. Shout out to our German friends. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Yeah. Like, you can play b3 or b4. You can start with one of these moves. But it doesn't totally solve the issue. b3, Black goes knight d7, reinstates the threat of e5. Now it's even stronger because your queen is lined up on this diagonal.
What event was Chesscom Deutsch streaming? What was going on over there?
Maybe, Joe, another option, while people answer that, is c3 for White. Just kind of anticipating e5. Maybe this could be interesting. It wasn't my first instinct. I'm not sure if it's even good, but if you play c3 here, then on e5, you could just move the bishop. back, for example, and argue that black hasn't achieved anything.
Oh, they were covering SCC. Watching, was it Fabi versus...
Oh, yeah,
let's see,
what
Serrana?
happened? Fabi versus Serrana. Yeah, we had big battles today. We had like big legacy versus onliners, you know? Serrana, Caruana, and
Fabi won
Hans
big.
MVO. Fabi won legacy. Nice.
I saw Fabi had his mouse slip in game 1. And I was curious to see if Serrana could make it count, but I guess not. Fabi brought it back regardless. Because a 1 point difference, like he was winning that game to then losing, it's not just 1 point, it's 2 points, right? Not only did you not gain the point, you gave it to your opponent. So
mouse slip in a winning position.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, unlucky.
Both Fabi and Serrana missed mate in 1. Brutal. Also, shout out to Jesse. Good to see Uncle Jesse. Shout out to Nate, the Great. Nate and I started a daily game, which is rare for me. I don't like playing daily games. Do you play daily games, Kostia?
Not usually, no.
I know there's a lot of people on chess.com that they've got multiple daily games going. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah. It's a lot to keep up.
Big Screen Watcher asking an important question for this tournament. Is Jennifer locked in for first, even if she loses? The answer to that, I would say no, because it's possible someone that's tied for second could win and tie her. So Jennifer really needs to try her best to at least get a draw. A draw would lock her in for first, for sure. I think Jennifer's probably still going to go for a win, even if she's not doing so hot. I think it's still a very long ways to go in that game.
Yeah, I mean, that position is very complicated. I could easily see things turning around for black, and I see Jules is in, it's down to like 38 minutes, so she's going to be in time trouble here very soon. So, yeah. Very, very risky situation for Jen, but kind of feels like she's still okay, I think. It doesn't seem simple for white to play this.
Yeah, very exciting into this tournament. Even Anna has a chance to try to get into the top 3 with a win on her board. And it looks like she's doing a very good job.
Yeah, so this final round is a lot on the line.
Yeah, and a reminder for our audience, for our viewers tuning in, there's $17,500 on the line. All going to be determined today. This is the last round of this tournament. This tournament's been going on for a week. Now it's an 8-player round robin, so 7 rounds. All the players have played each other. And yeah, Dina versus Alex, that's going to determine who gets second place, because they're both tied for second right now. First place is 10,000. Second is 5,000. Third is 2,500. And fourth place, you get nothing. Man says Dina surely was a clear favorite rating. No, Jennifer Yu is actually higher rated than Dina. I think Jennifer Yu's probably the more accomplished chess player. Dina, obviously, very strong player, of course. But Jennifer was kind of the clear favorite, kind of head and shoulders above the rest of the players. It's not like that far off, but she hasn't lost a game yet. Dina's beaten everyone except Nemo. And now her last opponent here, Jules, looks to be giving her some serious resistance. So if Jules could pull off some sort of upset against Jennifer, that would be pretty huge.
Yeah, definitely Jennifer and Dina were the two favorites, just being like the most consistent tournament players and the highest rated. But yeah, if you had to pick one, then Jennifer for sure. And yeah, she's done great. That draw by Nemo in the first round, looking better and better every day for Nemo. Maybe possibly the only one to snag a half point off Jennifer, depending on how this last game goes. But it's very interesting because Jules, of course, she's one of the lowest rated players in the field, maybe the lowest rated. But it often happens like in these round robins, like the ratings, they don't always matter, right, during the game. So yeah, sometimes you just get to see these huge upsets, especially in the final round. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah, sometimes also, if you let the ratings play too much of a role, players can play up and players can play down, right? You could have Jules going into it saying like, I'm going to give this my all. I'm going to give her everything that I got and try my best and what have you. And she has the white pieces. Jennifer maybe is thinking, all right, I'm up 5.5. I pretty much got this on lock. Like, lowest rated player of the event. Don't have to do too much. I'm not saying that's Jennifer's mindset. I actually doubt it. But that could be something that plays into this sort of upset potential in these later rounds. So that would be very devastating to Jennifer to have a full point lead going into the last round. And then playing against the lowest rated player and not get a half point or a win and not even get first place in this event. That would be a huge, devastating result.
Yeah.
Shout out to Borat Chess in the chat. Had a recent rebrand, name change, saying that he got a nice Dutch win against you in a Skittles Blitz 3+2 game after the National Open.
Nice.
Yeah, Borat Chess has adopted me. 10-0 at one point or another, I guess. He's keeping track of all that stuff. I don't quite remember, but I know he's definitely a better player than me. Although he's been struggling in OTB events. He's really good online. He's like 2600, which normally you'd think is like master strength, but I think USCF he's similar to where I'm at, which is pretty low.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, Blitz and Classical are two very different games. Of course. So
I met Borat first time in Vegas a couple years ago, telling me he would pretty much sweep the under 1900 section. But I don't know. I don't know if he's moved up sections since then.
It's tough. I mean, chess is hard. What can you do?
Yeah, chess is
You got to
hard.
keep at it. Got to keep at it.
Nemo's having a tough time. We can only hope for a blunder. This position's still fairly even, definitely. And Andrea's on the clock, so she's definitely thinking Nemo was down on time earlier. For sure. Not by too much. I think the players have been pacing themselves pretty evenly, spending a similar amount of time. But Nemo's definitely going to be happy taking this time edge here. Now, what Nemo's learned from yesterday's game is that she can't rely on time pressure to be a significant factor, right? Because Anna played the best moves regardless of how much time was on her clock. So you can't just say, okay, my opponent's way down on the clock, like they're going to blunder. That's definitely wishful thinking. You have to be very aware of the position of the moves and just focus primarily on that and try to make the best moves yourself. Otherwise, if you're saying, okay, I'm going to try to play quickly here and put pressure on my opponent, you're going to miss your opportunities and maybe make a mistake yourself and allow your opponent to capitalize, even though they're the ones with less time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you put it well. Because Anna played great in her time pressure. And yeah, by the time Nemo like started like really trying to save the game, it was basically like too late, I think. So we'll see what happens here. I think it definitely is trending that way. Because both players are, yeah, under an hour. Some time advantage for Nemo, and actually the trend of the game is going her way too. Because earlier I think she was like much worse, or at least in some danger. Now at least she has an idea. She's got knight d7 and e5 coming. No obvious ways for white to deal with it. So things are definitely looking up for this game. By the way, Joe, are you gonna play any tournaments soon? What's your plan?
I was going to go to National Open, as I always have done, but my friend had a wedding. That's when I was back in St. Louis just last month. So I missed out on that. And I don't know. I don't know when the next event is going to be, so I don't have any plans. I guess typically I also like to go to North American Open, also in Vegas. But Brody asked, when's the Joe Bruin Invitational? That's a great question. You could argue that the CCL is the Joe Bruin Invitational. I'm inviting all colleges to play in the Collegiate Chess League. So Borat Chess and Brody would both qualify. Although I don't know. They haven't been participating as much as one would hope. But okay, Andrea's made her move. She's castled kingside.
Mm-hmm. Okay, castling I think is a very reasonable move, given the circumstances. Now, let's see. Black could go e5. You can start with knight d7.
Get that knight out there.
Oh, it looks like Nemo wants
Nemo
to make
knight.
a move.
Nemo leading over the board. I feel like she's closer to the queen's side. And look, there it is. Knight d7's played. She was focusing, and I like that she played it fairly quick too. Actually, Andrea, that was her longest think. Remember, she was up on the clock. She spent 17 minutes on that move, giving Nemo a nice time edge, and Nemo nicely plays the best move with not that much time. Knight d7.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Noel gifting 5 subs to the community. Huge appreciation for Noel. Appreciate that. Gifting to 5 lucky viewers.
Yeah, it's not easy for white here. I mean, like e5 is coming. E5 is not the scariest thing in the world, but it's just like you have to deal with it. And what to do?
So you
maybe
mentioned-
start with bishop g3.
Okay, ducking the bishop out of the attack.
Yeah, because this b4, I mean, it doesn't really stop anything now. Black has too many pieces on e5. So b4 would just be kind of helping create more targets.
Yeah, you also mentioned c3.
Yeah, c3 I think is also not working anymore. Because if you imagine like c3, e5, bishop g3, Black can take on d4 and then take on d4 again, going after the e2 bishop.
So let's show the people.
Yeah.
Takes. C takes, bishop takes, if pawn takes, rook takes.
Yeah, I realize on bishop d4, maybe there's like bishop takes h5. It's kind of messy, so I don't know what's going on there actually.
There's this rook e1 idea that's very annoying because we haven't lifted our back rank yet or cleared our rooks. So if we take, queen takes, play like bishop b7, queen e7 is very annoying. Because you see our pieces are super tied down. This bishop's pretty bad. I don't know.
Yeah, this would not be
pretty
great.
bad.
I agree.
So yeah, things will look bad. So that's possible. Maybe. But yeah, you also pointed out bishop takes h5. I mean, could we take on e3? Just go into this rampage.
Then white takes back.
Probably we don't.
How does that work? Yeah.
We're up a pawn, Kostya.
Oh, like this?
Okay.
This one I like less. The other one I thought is kind of okay, but this one, I'd give that a no thank you. Yeah.
Ringod doesn't like, was it the football board? Borat Chess's old username was Seattle University Chess. So he's part of the college programs that I run at chess.com. Brody's saying that University of Michigan B wants him to stay out of the Collegiate Chess League, a bit of a rivalry that they've set up. But are you going to listen to them, Brody? I don't know. If they keep playing and you don't, I don't know what that says about the rivalry. Brody's actually also somewhat close to St. Louis. Goes to Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville. Not to be confused with Southern Illinois University of Carbondale.
Yes, of course. Shout out to the good people of Carbondale.
Over there in Southern Illinois. Yeah, I've visited Edwardsville. I haven't been to Carbondale. So, Carbondale's in shambles right now.
Oh.
I used to do a ton of these college chess visits. I've actually visited Borat Chess at Seattle University as well. Back when Seattle hosted Pan Am's 3 years ago now. That's crazy. Has that really been 3 years? That's wild. Because yeah, Pan Am's was in Seattle, and then, or wait, did it go? No, Pan Am's went DC, Seattle, and then Texas. So it was only 2 years ago. And now Pan Am's has been announced it's gonna go to Charlotte. So yeah, Charlotte's been doing a lot, and they're hosting the next Pan Am's. And for those that don't know, Pan Am's is an over-the-board college tournament, which determines the final four for the USCF College Championship. So that's exciting. And Andrea's played a move here.
Yeah. Got C4.
Explosive.
Wow.
So yeah, Andrea trying to open up this position. Nemo can still play e5. I'm trying to figure out if that's the best move or not. What's interesting about c4 is that d takes, and our c pawns become isolated. So that's kind of ugly. But yeah, I'm also wondering if Andrea's threatening to play c5. But probably not.
No, maybe. Maybe. I mean, if white goes c5, then black definitely gets e5 in under good circumstances. Black could also play c5 here. Kind of interesting. Maybe it's not good though.
Yeah, so computer says best is to take on c4. It's not recommending c5, but it likes e5 second best. But I am curious.
Like, yeah, dc4 is a little surprising. So what does it want after bishop takes c4?
Then e5.
Now e5.
So if we go e5 first, then take on e5. We take on e5. Or we could take on c4, but a bishop takes.
Knight takes.
Do knight takes. Then takes on d5. Takes on d5. Yeah, I guess it would rather have an isolated c pawn than an isolated d pawn. Guess it just.
This doesn't look that bad for black.
It doesn't want that IQP.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like black should still be okay there. Oh, she does go e5. Yeah. Because taking on c4 doesn't feel natural.
Yeah, definitely a weird suggestion. But e5, totally logical, makes a lot of sense. Here, we're saying knight takes e5. Keeping bishops on.
Yeah, I feel like as black, you want to keep your dark squared bishop. Especially now that white played c4. This is kind of a good piece.
And
I would definitely, yeah, be looking at 95.
Yeah, knight takes makes the most sense. Computer also likes taking on c4 again.
Yeah, okay, that's not
the explosive move.
DC. Yeah, no way.
Knight takes is on the board. Coming in relatively quickly. Nemo's keeping her 10-minute time advantage. Green Tea asking, when is Pan Am's? Pan Am's happens January every single year. So it's always in January. Basically first weekend of the year. Teams of 4. If you wanted a link to Pan Am's, you can find it in the CCL Discord, which you can find in my chat. What color do I like more here? I think, I mean, I feel like white's pieces are maybe better developed, but I think Nemo's not far off once she gets her light square bishop out. I feel like both sides have their queen and rooks kind of awkwardly on the A file. I don't know, it's definitely still very even, for sure.
Yeah, it looks roughly balanced. Because okay, black will have one weakness on d5, but white will have a weakness on b2, black will have a weakness on a6. We got like one extra weakness here. Ooh, c5. Ooh, I don't know about c5.
Yeah, computer gives that a question mark, which makes it look even worse. But yeah, we were mentioning c5 as a possibility, but I think that helps Nemo because it makes her weaknesses, I guess, a little safer, a little sheltered. Because, I mean, maybe Andrea wants to put a knight on b6. But the problem...
Yeah, she has some tactical idea here, like knight b6, and she wants to win the a pawn.
Yeah, I think the problem is Nemo now can bring her knight back to d7.
Knight d7.
It does block your bishop, which is kind of ugly, but it also opens up your dark square bishop. And it also just prevents knight b6. Right? You're also attacking
knight d7 is cold.
So, I mean, a more human move is get the light square bishop out. But yeah, knight b6, and it's hard to defend the pawn at that point, the a pawn.
Right. So knight d7, though, white can play rook c1. And then I don't quite see what black's next move there.
Yeah, knight d7.
Oh, maybe d4. I don't know.
d4, trying to get our dark square bishop behind the pawn. Or, I mean, maybe you could start with bishop f8.
Bishop f8, then b4?
b4 is annoying.
Guess you can go a5. Yeah, this c pawn might be overextended.
Rook e4 is a move. Okay.
Rook e4 is nice, yeah.
Rook.
Nemo needs to take a second here and find knight d7. Very important.
Roombidzai saying 86 sneeze from Nemo this tournament. So we have a sneeze tracker. That's impressive. Maybe you can make a sneeze command that counts for you. Borat says it's a lot harder for black to play, in my opinion. That was before c5.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I would agree with cd5. cd5, that position I would think is still easier for white.
How many times has Nemo played knight d7?
In this game? One,
at least
2,
3 times.
I think twice so far.
Oh, not 3 times.
No, 3 times.
Ah.
But soon could be 4.
The 4th time's the charm. Yes, so okay, 3 times knight d7. Could she play it a 4th time? Yeah, so Catharis saying, how does knight d7 work? Well, c5 is creating an anchor on b6. So Andrea probably wants the knight there, I'm guessing. And if you look at it, like if white could do it again, play again, knight b6 is really annoying because then it hits the rook. We move the rook, and now our knight's pinned to the rook. So we can't move the knight anymore. So if we go knight d7, we're preventing the immediate knight b6. We're also attacking this c pawn. So the downside is our knight blocks our bishop. So we could get our bishop out, which I think Nemo probably will more likely do. Bring the bishop to like f5 or g4. Probably f5. I feel like that's the move I'm expecting. And then after...
Yeah, these are very logical. Mm-hmm.
The problem is when we move our bishop and the knight gets to b6, if our rook is hit and we move it to like d8, for example, then a6 is really weak. It's hit now 3 times and only defended once if we moved our bishop and our rook. So yeah, this knight move really opens up a lot of attacks on a6, which makes moving the bishop to, f5, which seems like the most natural, it becomes really disincentivized. So
yeah, I don't see a good answer. Knight b6. That's why I feel like Nemo's gonna find knight d7 the more she thinks about this, because like every other move just runs into knight b6 with some annoying questions. Maybe queen e7 she might consider. Queen e7 just to hit h4 and keep an eye on the c pawn. So on knight b6, you would just go rook a7 or rook b8. Probably rook a7.
would you be annoyed at bishop g5 at all?
Maybe a bit.
You don't want to play f6.
Yeah, exactly. I might just go like queen f8. More bishop f6, maybe is not so bad. Yeah, bishop f6 might not be bad. But knight d7, that feels like the star move.
So yeah, top move is knight d7. Second best, it likes bishop g4, and that looks to just try to attack the bishop, which is undefended. She has played your move, queen e7, so she's going after the h
called
pawn.
it.
Playing the human
Yeah,
move.
knight d7 was a tough move.
So yeah, it does like bishop g5. And it's calling for f6 there. So kind of weakening the king, blocking our own bishop. But you're mentioning bishop f6.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Okay, computer likes it now.
Oh, let's go. Take that, chess.com.
Okay, well now it's settled. It says f6 is triple zeros and bishop f6 is 0.01.
Okay, so it's playable.
It's a big advantage though. The 0.01. That's Cincy pawn. But yeah, knight b6, rook a7, let's say. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, white's kind of winning this this a pawn, but maybe black gets either the h pawn or the c pawn maybe. But yeah, bishop takes, queen takes. Yeah, if like knight takes, rook takes, you could try taking a6, but maybe you get pinned.
Yeah, pins.
I'm curious. Bishop takes, you play rook c to a8. Computer says just play b4 and b5. What does it want here instead? It wants rook to b8. I guess
rook b8 also looks good. Yeah, just playing for compensation. Because rook b4 you got coming and h4 is hanging. Rook b8 is nice.
g3, there's knight f3 check. Create a lot of weaknesses in front of the king. So
yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Queen e7's on the board, and Andrea's thinking here how to proceed. There's knight b6, obviously. There's bishop g5, which is the top choice. And then anything else is probably You have like queen d1, it's saying. I don't know.
Queen D1?
Yeah, queen d1. I'm thinking probably rook c1 is more natural.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't
putting
think
the
queen's
c pawn,
going back to D1.
setting up for the next game.
Right. Rook C1 though, I mean that leaves the H pawn hanging.
You think she'll play g3?
I think either bishop G5, bishop G3. Uh-oh. What's happening?
They're looking.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Oh, I heard Nemo say something. I think she said Alex won. Oh, Dina resigned. Breaking news.
Huge. That's crushing. But, I mean, major props to Alex.
Yeah.
Alex is a beast. I mean, so is Dina. We saw Dina beat Nemo, and Nemo holding Alex to a draw. Yeah, a lot of people obviously giving a lot of attention to Jennifer Yu and to Dina and Nemo, even third seed. But you can't deny Alexander Botez, definitely one of the favorites. I mean, the organizer, the host, and still crushing it on the board, getting a huge win over Dina Belenkaya. So that's a big result for Miss Botez.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to her. I mean, she won her last 3 games. Especially, I thought that game against Anna. Anna was very good. Really high quality. So, yeah, congrats to her.
Yeah, her game against Anna was pretty flawless. She was similarly to Nemo, crushing Anna on the clock, but the difference was she ended up being in a 2-pawn advantage and converting that home. So, yeah, and I know Alex has also been crushing it in other tournaments. She actually had a pretty close to 20 game streak without losing. A couple draws, but mostly wins. So yeah, awesome performance for her. 5.5 out of 7, only losing to Jennifer Yu and a draw against Nemo. So very impressive for sure. And she's just gonna wait for the Jennifer Yu result, because that's going to determine if she gets first or I guess tied for first, or if she gets second. And yeah, I guess that gives Anna Kramling a chance to tie Dina for third. So I'll be curious to see what happens there. Maybe a potential tie break. They look at, I guess, head to head, they drew. So I don't know what they would look at then.
Yeah, no idea. But yeah, so many ties now possible. Because I think Anna's winning. The Jules game against Jen, that's very much up in the air.
Okay, bishop g3 played from Andrea. This is a more passive move, defending the pawn passively instead of actively with bishop g5. Now, this frees up Nemo, right? Bishop g5 comes with a tempo. It forces Nemo to react. You have to block or you move the queen away. Bishop g3, this is a passive defense. It's not hitting Nemo with a question. And now this frees up Nemo to make a move of her own. She can decide what she wants to do here.
Yeah, maybe rook b8 now. Because you anticipate knight b6, and then you can meet that with queen takes c5. And it looks like black is just solving all our problems. And yeah, it just looks great. Rook b8, rook b4. Bishop can come out one day. You can even play like a5. So yeah. Yeah, Andrea just losing the thread a bit. Last couple of moves with c5, I think.
Steg with the sub. Thank you. Welcome. 30 months in a row. Appreciate that dedication. Reeves saying maybe Dina's demolishing some stuff. Not visibly. They were just looking at the players shake hands. But Dina is definitely going to be upset inside. There's a lot of money on the line for that game too, right? So that's tough.
Oh yeah. Money, pride, honor, bragging rights, content. Could be 6 months Alex holds this win over Dina. You know, you never know.
Oh, this could be a lifetime.
Yeah. Big results.
Just like this game, a lot of pride on the line. If Andrea wins, you know. Nemo saying this is her last classical tournament. This very well could be her last classical game of all time.
Or retirement. Mm-hmm.
So imagine Andrea wins. That might bring Nemo out of retirement immediately. You can't end on a loss.
Absolutely. She's thinking here. Like I said, I like rook b8. Rook a7 also you could play. Just with the same idea, avoiding the knight b6 tempo. So you can just eat this pawn on c5. Bishop g4 is probably not bad either. Maybe she's thinking about bishop f6. Just like rudely going after the h-pawn.
Rudely. Bishop f6 is interesting.
Yeah. It lacks all kind of tact, but still.
Yeah. I'm curious. Rook b8 versus like rook a7. I guess you don't want to. You'd rather take the b4. Like I guess if you go rook a7, there's b4. So rook b8 prevents that.
Yeah.
The computer's calling for the light square bishop to develop. But yeah, we were looking at this like issue earlier, right? If we bring the bishop out, knight b6 is still annoying. Like we were expecting Nemo to play knight d7, which was a top choice. Knight d7 was definitely very awkward because we're blocking our bishop. But we mentioned how bringing the bishop out, we drop the a-pawn after knight b6. So I'm curious to know like how the computer justifies a move like, let's see, bishop f5, knight b6, rook a d8, and I guess just the c pawn still hanging. So it doesn't matter if we go with the a pawn, we'll just take the c pawn. So I guess that's what the point is. So again, just focusing on development.
Yeah, the c pawn's always hanging. Very logical. Bishop f5, very normal move. Lots of good options for Nemo. And she's taking her time here, which is good, because it's not like such a straightforward position. You really have to kind of dig in to see the nuances.
So let's say we do develop our bishop, and then I guess you don't want to play. You're not going to push the b pawn because then there's knight f3.
Yeah.
Discovery on the queen. That's a key detail. That'd be fun. Mars Space Pirate saying they gotta go. So take care, Mars. Enjoy chess on Mars.
I feel like Nemo's wanting to make a move. She seems close.
Oh, she adjusts the pen. Sometimes a sign that she's ready to mark her move. But no. This time it's a pink pen. She had a blue pen the other day. Now it's pink.
Psychological games.
I met someone who had a different color pen for every round in a tournament. So some players have superstitions. Like each color had to be a certain number for the round. Like I think they said red was always round 2. I don't know.
Yeah, makes sense.
Do you have any superstitions before games, Kostya?
I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I'll reuse a pen, but mainly because that's just my main pen that I have at the time. And yeah, you know, if I lose a game, I'll probably change my shirt or something. But I was probably gonna change my shirt anyway, so you know, I can't say I have any huge superstitions.
I think there's got to be some chess players out there that play this that wear the same shirt.
If they win.
Yeah. Or just in general.
Maybe.
Throughout the entire tournament.
Do you have any?
Not really that I can think of. No. But Nemo's played a sad move. Bishop b7, not the happiest piece. The bishop is yearning for more.
Why would she do that?
I think
that's weird.
It's possible that, well, first off, maybe she wants the bishop staying around defending the a pawn. But I'm also thinking there's ideas where she takes on c5 and the rook comes to c1, and maybe she wants to keep the c pawn defended, but also if she ever takes on c5, maybe she can push c5 and d4 and open up the bishop on the long diagonal. That's got to be a long-term plan. Can't say
I guess so. I just don't see her taking on c5, you know?
Yeah, there's work to be done. Another thing to think about is if you ever move your knight, like to attack the c pawn, going knight to d7, you're allowing bishop into d6, although I guess that hangs the h pawn. But yeah, the bishop probably was better off somewhere else.
Yeah.
Someone
I don't like this move at all. I mean, the bishop is just, it's just the pawn basically on b7. It's worth 1 point.
Demoted the bishop.
Yeah, on c8 it stands better. It controls more squares. So I think she just made our bishop worse. I think it would have been better to not make a move than to make this one. Yeah,
or like rook b8.
Well, rook b8 for sure. That improves black's position. But I'm just saying, even if you did nothing, I think this worsened black's position.
Yeah, so unfortunate. But you know, I trust Nemo. We'll see it played through. Andrea may be thinking the same things as us, like what the heck is this? So we'll see if Andrea can try to punish it.
So the move, yeah, I would think for white here is like queen c1 maybe.
Knight b6 played.
She was knight b6.
Knight
Okay.
b6. So rook d8 or rook c7 or sorry, a7, or I mean, you could go rook b8 still, but probably don't want to do that. And then yeah, something to the c file from Andrea, either rook c1 or queen c1.
Yeah, I hope white's next move is something to the c file, because if let's say black goes rook d8 to rook b8, if Andrea takes on a6, then this just like completely lets Nemo off the hook for her bishop b7 move. So I'm a little skeptical of this knight b6. I want to see where this is going. But yeah, now time is going to start to be a factor, so the player's going to have to make quicker decisions.
Yeah, Andrea under 20 minutes, Nemo at 26. Someone asked if Andrea has an earpiece, and I can't tell. I can't really see. I would guess not. But
then how's she listening to the commentary?
That's a good question. Okay, rook d8 played, rook a d8 to be precise. Someone's asking, what is Nemo drinking? We've seen her drinking green tea before. There's some Kirkland stuff that she had previously. I don't know what she's drinking now. It's definitely something new. So that's a good question.
Sounds like they're a Costco family.
They're stocking up on stuff over there for sure.
Yeah.
Someone asking if Andrea's won a point or a game yet. She hasn't gotten any wins or draws so far out of 6. But she could very well do it here. We'll see if she can take advantage of Nemo's bishop b7. And we're expecting something to the c file, either queen c1 or rook c1. If she takes on a6, that'll be good for Nemo, because then she can take on c5 with a tempo.
Or after the trade of bishops as well.
Yeah, she could
either
trade
way
on a6 as well, and then take. Let's see, what did she take?
Queen c1. No.
Oh,
Good.
Queen c1 played. So she's defending
Queen
the
c1. I
c
think
pawn.
this is right, because you not only defend the pawn, but you let yourself play b4, which I think is a very important move for white to try to get in here.
Yeah. So if she played rook c1, the b pawn's still pinned. You want the queen off this long diagonal because the bishop is very annoying. b4 would be another good way to defend the pawn, but not possible with the queen on a1 because we would have a knight discovery on the queen. So queen c1, best move. Andrea has played it. Computer says it's still an even position. But yeah, computer's calling for bishop f8, which is a move that I pointed out earlier, but you pointed out b4 as a counter. Bishop f6 play. This is a move you pointed out as an attack on the h pawn, which looks pretty hard to defend, but you can defend it laterally. There's only one move here from Andrea, and she played it fairly quickly. Rook a4.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, Nemo played her move, got up, and left, maybe anticipating Andrea to be in a bit of a think. But Nemo, well, Andrea was expecting, or at least had seen this and was ready. Rook a4, I like how fast Andrea played that.
Yeah, it's good because she definitely. What move are we on? We're approaching time trouble here fast.
We're on move 24. So
Yeah.
16 moves left before they make move 40, where they get the additional 30 minutes. Nemo has 25 minutes, so about a minute per move. Sorry. I don't
Minute and
know.
a half.
Yeah, a minute and a half. Andrea has 19 minutes. So, yeah, just under 20 minutes.
Although they both get the 30-second increment. Yeah, so about 2 minutes per move here still. I mean, not that much. But close.
Hello, Spider. Hello, AJ. Good to see you both. What happens if someone falls asleep at the board? They run the risk of losing time. But there's nothing stopping the players from doing that. They're allowed to do that. I'm sure Kosti has taken many naps during games.
Love naps. During games?
For sure.
Before games?
Just any time. Joseph saying Queen F1. Queen F8's possible, going for maybe Bishop E7, but keep in mind your knight is important. I don't know what else you would do with Queen F8. Maybe you want to go to G7, but all right, Nemo has returned. She sees the move on the board, and now she can commence thinking about her response. So, yeah, Bishop F6 is a nice try, attacking the H-pawn, and Andrea had this covered. Rook to A4. Now, this does kind of block the B-pawn in a way, in that you can't push B4 because then you drop the H-pawn. So I'm thinking, how do we pile up on this C5 pawn? I want to play knight D7, but then we might get hit with bishop D6. So that's kind of annoying.
That's awkward.
Someone again asking if Andrea has the earpiece in. Okay, so I can definitely see it more clearly now. Yeah, it might be just an earplug so that she's not listening to anything. It also could be she's listening to commentary.
Yeah.
It could be Hammer. So, yeah, she covers it again with her hair. Probably what the commentators don't. Hey, they're asking questions. I'm just kidding. But yeah, different standards for like fair play, for example, for this event. Usually these sort of matches have to be put on a delay, or even some chats are having to be put into like emote only mode. Not this event. This event is amongst trusted players, perhaps.
Yeah. I'm sure there are no suspicions. They're all friends.
Was that Alex in the background with the red slippers? Classic.
Alex, big winner.
I haven't looked at what Nemo is wearing yet. She wore socks for the first time. Like, was it yesterday? People are very aware of these details. You know, earplugs, jewelry.
I was very curious about the drinks. Yeah. Like the Kirkland and all that stuff.
Some of the rounds the players dress up really nice. This round, Nemo's just rocking the hoodie. I guess she's got a dress on under the hoodie. Sometimes people asking about, what temperature they have the room at, how cold is it, are the players getting hot, they're putting clothes on, their jackets on. What are the playing conditions like? We got to know every detail.
Yeah, what's the snack situation, Joe? I haven't seen a lot of snacks.
Yeah, so they've got a kitchen area.
Mhm.
And on the dining table, they have like where the computer's set up. But there's like a big island like counter with some chairs. And Squeak has been stationed there next to the blueberries. They got a bunch of fruit. They got some bread. For all their meals, they've been ordering like Uber Eats from various different restaurants nearby. So there's definitely no shortage of food. We have a move here. King H7 played from Nemo.
Okay. Hmm.
Where are they playing? They're playing in Malibu in California.
Interesting. Oh. Yeah. Queen C2.
Andrea's picking up the pace for sure. She's practically evened out the time difference. Queen C2 is a solid move, just opening up for the rook and lining up the queen opposite the king, which is now creating a threat, perhaps, of taking on H5, taking advantage of a pen.
Yeah, it definitely wants to. So Nemo might have to reconsider this King H7 move. Might have to shift over.
Yeah, King G7 also played fairly quickly here from Nemo. This was a good move, getting out of the pen.
Yeah. But it kind of gave Andrea free tempo. She got Queen C2 in. Now the second rook can come somewhere for white. Maybe rook D1, rook A1.
Yeah, Andrea can use that rook, double up on the A file. Go to the C file again, or the D file. All is making sense. This is looking good for white. I mean, yeah, I think the biggest drawback is Nemo's A pawn is really weak, and it's not easy to take the C5 pawn. But Andrea can't just take on A6 right away. I mean, she could, but don't forget about this rook is defending the H pawn as well. So there's always this bishop takes on H4 idea that Nemo has.
Yeah. Pawn on H4 hangs, so white has to be patient with this A pawn. It's definitely time to bring the F1 rook into the game. The question is just where. Rook D1, rook C1, rook A1. Rook A1 feels right. Because then the other rook can go to B4. And then you're putting pressure. Oh, rook A1, there she goes.
Rook A1 played from Andrea. Again, fairly quickly. This is move 26. So again, they get 30 minutes added once they reach move 40. So that's what they're heading towards right now. But yeah, I feel Nemo's definitely put herself into a weird position with this bishop on B7. And she's going to have to figure out a way to get herself out of this. I'm still attracted to this knight d7 idea. But I'm curious. I guess bishop d6 pretty much is just always why you can't do it. I mean, you could trade on d7 first, then bishop d6, then take on a6. Maybe still we can take on h4. What's going through the mind of Master Kostia?
Dude, I'm swimming in variations. I'm thinking White's next move is gonna be like Rook b4. So Black has to figure something out here. Let's think.
Here's a sad move that's probably not going to be played. Bishop c8.
Yeah, no way.
That's top
That bishop is
recommendation.
gonna die on b7.
Sadness.
Yeah, bishop c8 is like impossible to play here, I think.
But it makes a lot of sense. You were saying the bishop on c8's an improvement, or bishop b7 rather is a detriment to the position.
But don't you lose a pawn because of knight takes and then bishop takes a6?
It's so weird. It doesn't want bishop takes. It wants rook takes.
On
So
a6.
Let's see. Why not?
It's odd, yeah.
So rook takes, bishop takes. It wants rook b8.
Okay, Compy just wants to give the pawn. That's fine. This is hard to do for humans. Just like giving up the pawn.
Rook b8's really nice though. You're threatening rook b2 with knight f3.
Sure. But White can defend that?
Yeah, white can defend for sure. Anyhow. Alright, so apparently she's moved rook to h8.
She's getting frisky. She's playing for some g5.
g5 is aggressive.
Yeah. I don't know if g5 is a good idea here for Black, but I mean, I think that's what she's going for.
Shout out to Art Vega. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. What's up, Pure Chess Lover? We are covering the Botez Invitational. This is round 7. The final round. This is Nemo versus ANDREA BOTEZ. They're playing live from Malibu, California. Nemo is at 3 out of 6, looking to get a positive score. ANDREA hasn't gotten a single point yet out of 6 games. She's looking to get on the board for the first time. And she's actually got a good position. I think Nemo's definitely had some struggles. She lost to Anna yesterday. And your idea, rook b4 played.
Yeah. No, Andrea playing great today. Finds rook b4. Now this a pawn is going to be lost finally. And I think Nemo is going to have to start complicating the situation because it just feels like we're losing a pawn here for Black. And what to do?
Yeah, the rook on a4 was putting pressure on the pawn, but wasn't ready to capture because that rook was also serving an important role of defending the h pawn. So rook to b4, not only lining up with this bishop, but just getting out of the way of the second rook back on a1. So the threat of taking on a6 is alive and well, and pretty much unstoppable. Nemo's
Yeah,
last
Nemo
move,
needs a good move here.
she played rook h8, kind of hoping for a king side attack, but it's not obvious how you go about that. I guess g5 maybe is the obvious move, but that doesn't mean that the h file is going to open, right? White could choose to take or not to take. So it seems like Nemo's kind of grasping here, whereas Andrea has the clear threats, the clear plan, and that's actually going to help her get ahead on the clock here. Nemo still up by a few seconds, but I think it's going to slowly, or rather even quickly, dissipate, and then Nemo's going to be the side in time pressure. They're on move 27. They get an extra 30 minutes added at move 40, so they still have 13 moves to go. And we do have a move here. Knight g4, was that? Yes. Knight g4. The threats of taking on h4. And
so that was her plan with the rook h8.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. I was not considering this, but yeah, bishop takes, pawn takes. You could play rook takes, but the h file has opened up. We can then capture on h4. So seemingly like a good plan here from Nemo. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, at least it's an idea, something for Andrea to think about. She could take twice on g4, but it'd be funny. The players will be left with this knight on b6 and bishop on b7, two pieces that are kind of out of the game. So
yeah, and I feel like black can definitely get a king side attack going with the rooks. I feel like this makes a lot of sense for black, but the computer likes white trading on g4 twice. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's because black is left with this bad light squared bishop in the end. So that situation kind of looks nice for whites. Like, yeah, trade everything off. Get some queen c3 check in somewhere.
Hello, Amelia James. Hello, NFDS. Hello, MG Weirdo. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Again, this is the last round of the Botez Invitational. Nemo looking to get a positive score. She's 3 out of 6. If she gets a draw, she'd be at an even 3.5 out of 7. But she's hoping to end on a win here against the Andrea Botez. So it'd be kind of funny if Nemo loses or draws. She'll be the only player to not lose to Jennifer and the only player not to win against Andrea.
Wow. Two extremes.
So Nemo's...
But hold on. I don't think the first part of that statement is totally...
Jules is still playing Jennifer.
Yeah, and doing well. Doing really well on the board, on the clock. So that game could go anyway.
Jules Gambit. She could play a game of a lifetime here. That would be amazing. That would be quite the result. And then that would put Alexandra Botez at a tie for first with Jennifer Yu. If you do look at head-to-head matchup there, Jennifer would win that one. Because Jennifer did beat Alex. So I feel like cases like that, you don't really need a tie-break playoff because you kind of already had their match, right?
No, I mean, I don't know. Tie for first is tie for first.
Yeah. Yes, Alexander Botez beats Dina. Big result there. Where's the results of the tournament? So you can do !camp. I believe Kostia has it pinned in his channel. And !Botez in mine. Lots of Twitch chat coming. Lots of chats open. There's also the YouTube audience. Shout out to YouTube who's watching.
YouTube's still around.
Yeah, YouTube is alive and well.
Nice.
I see a couple people over there. Yeah, this H file attack is going to be really interesting if Nemo can get it going, and I gotta give her credit. Knight G4, Rook H8. I mean, these are pretty creative ways of stirring up trouble, and it looks like it's paying off because Andrea has not had an easy response thinking about this. She is in a bit of a think tank here, getting to be under 10 minutes. I was just saying that it was Nemo that was going to be in time pressure, going under the clock, but I was wrong. Nemo's proving that she has her plans in motion. She's getting her attack ready on the H file, and it looks like Andrea is feeling some pressure, some nerves.
Yeah, I guess it's not easy. Because you want to be careful before taking on G4 and allowing black to open up the H file. But what choice do you have? H4 is hanging.
Yeah, eval only works if you're playing the best move. So Andrea did get under 10 minutes. Oh man, yeah, this I would not be reading this as in favor of white so significantly. The computer is reading -1.4. Like, I understand the bishop's bad, the a pawn's bad, but I'm looking at this attack over here against the white king. H pawn's gonna fall. If you open the H file, I mean, that rook gets involved. The queen could land on the H file somehow. So it's definitely something to be thinking about.
Yeah.
Eight minutes to 16 minutes. Nemo looking to double up on the clock. But, you know, it's crazy. We saw a similar situation yesterday. Nemo had a way more significant time edge against Anna, but Anna playing some knockout moves here. Andrea could follow suit, put herself into severe time pressure, but then just find these top moves and just get an edge against Nemo and convert. So Nemo is the side for choice. It wants her to take the knight, and then rook takes on G4. And yeah, there it's not even taking on H4, so I'm not sure why not. Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to look at what's wrong with this?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes. Bishop takes H4. Bishop takes, rook takes, rook takes, queen takes. And I want to play the rook here. Computer likes rook A4, hitting the queen. But interestingly, it doesn't want to take on H4 right away. It wants this move queen to C3 check.
Yeah, I was thinking if we throw in queen C3.
So we can't block because then we lose our rook. So we could go D4. And then there's apparently rook takes D4. And you don't take the rook back. You play rook A4. I don't know.
If instead of D4, what if black just play king G8?
Yeah, so king g8, rook takes, queen takes, and now it wants queen to e5.
Oh, that's the
Going
problem.
for c7.
And White's dominating. Rook a4. Yeah. So it's... I think it's just really about this bishop being bad.
It's a deep line to calculate, for sure. But definitely Andrea has to be looking at bishop takes, rook takes, but yeah, after this, it gets a little
Yeah,
deep.
she's basically just trying to figure this out, I think, because otherwise White doesn't have a lot of good options from what I can see.
Yeah, because you could choose not to take the knight. You could choose to take like on a6. Right, you could say, all right, I'm going to keep playing on the queen side. Yeah, you definitely can't kick the knight away with f3. That'd be way too weakening. I don't know if you would play rook a to a4.
That's a weird one. Can't see myself doing that.
Computer is saying you could play queen b3. You could play e4.
Wow, so I mean, White has a lot of moves. Oh, but 5 minutes for Andrea. That's not good.
Yeah, under
Not a lot of
5
time.
minutes now. Reminder, we're on move 27, so 13 moves left to make it to move 40. AJ suggests knight e3 for black. I guess not. I mean, yeah, if the f pawn moves, yeah, that'd be a good move. If you sack on e3 for 2 pawns with check, it's not quite a fork either because there's bishop to f2 there. So probably not worth it. Maybe if you had the rook on e8, it would be, because then you would get the bishop on e2. And yeah, rook e8 probably is a good move in some lines. Nemo had rook e8 earlier, but now has left to go to the h file so that she could prep this knight g4 idea. She's trying to cut off the rook's defense of h4. And now Andrea is really put to the test here with this creative attack from Nemo. You could definitely tell Andrea is not comfortable. I mean, yeah, it is a curious moment. I wonder if you asked Andrea after the fact if she thought she was better and she's like looking to win, or if she thinks she's worse and she's looking for a defense.
Yeah, I'm always curious about the players' evaluations at different moments in the game. I guess we'll see. But yeah, this is too long spent on this move.
Can Andrea play like Anna? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can sense some restlessness from both players here.
Yeah, I think she just told herself, like, all right, you got to make a move.
And here we go. Okay, bishop takes, best move on the board.
Nice.
Nemo takes back with a pre-move.
So talks herself into it.
Next
G4.
best move. Andrea's rattling off the top choices here.
Nice thing is that the position simplifies, so you don't need a ton of time. And she will get that 30 minutes. She just has to make
She's got
10 more moves.
3 minutes. It's move 29. Nemo surely is going to take on h4, although she's not rattling this one off. But major props to Andrea. And we saw this yesterday with Anna. She dwindles the clock down dangerously low, but uses that time to find these critical moments, these best moves. So Andrea averts her attention to where Nemo's playing on the king side. And yeah, maybe not winning this a pawn, but why would she? This bishop on b7 is definitely an eyesore in the position for Camp Nemo. And now Nemo is leaning forward here, head in hand. And she's going to try to see if she can use her time this time to find her best moves. Something that maybe she could have slowed down on and did a little bit better yesterday against Anna.
Yeah, she's thinking here, but I think that's because bishop takes h4 isn't really super satisfying. So that's why she's taking her time, because she's looking for another option. But what else? What else? Maybe some d4 move?
Yeah, I am curious to see how deep Andrea had spent that time to calculate. Like if bishop takes, rook takes, if she's going to play or find this critical queen c3 check idea, making the king move. Or, you know, she could play d4, and you mentioned d4 even right here. Chubb asking, how bad is rook a3? So the threat with knight g4 was to simply take on h4, I think. So rook a3 maybe was a little too slow. What's up, Swamp Dogs? Good to see you. Bishop takes h4 played here from Nemo. She's keeping the pressure up on the clock. 3 minutes for Andrea. She takes some fast captures. Now here's where we get to a really critical moment. Rook takes, must play from Nemo, and then will Andrea simply capture back, or will she insert the queen c3 check? Nemo's captured. Now,
yeah, very important to insert this check while black doesn't have f6. I think that's the key point.
Queen c3 reading at +2 evaluation for Andrea, and she's got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, queen c3, only thing you got to worry about is d4, but you can take it.
It's not so easy. Queen check. Again, you can't block on f6 because your rook is hanging. So if you block with d4, rook takes d4, rook takes d4. And now here, the critical move is rook a4, not taking back, but leaving it pinned. If you go queen f6, rook takes, whoops. Rook takes. I mean, you take back with either thing. You're left with a beautiful knight and an absolutely dead bishop.
Yeah.
I don't know. How important is it to play rook a4? If you take normally, you leave one of the rooks on, I guess, is the point. So the
queen c3 on the board.
Wow.
Nice, Andrea.
Andrea's found it. Now, the question is, does Nemo block with the pawn? Or does she simply move the king? I'm going to guess she moves the king.
Yeah, d4, if you don't really see the follow-up for black. I don't know, you might have to try it anyway. King g8 takes queen e5. Guess you don't lose a pawn. But yeah, feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Feels bad, man. Sorry to Chubb, who recommended rook a3 earlier. I missed that. Sirius saying, I don't like this for white. This is looking like a draw. I mean, I think if you compare the minor pieces, the knight's much better than the bishop, for sure. They are kind of far away in the corner of this board where it doesn't seem so relevant, but we could see this line where Andrea is able to trade all the rooks off, so that could be a huge advantage, I think, going into that endgame. But Nemo very well could just move the king backwards and keep some pieces left on the board. But yeah, major credit to Andrea navigating these top moves for sure. She's the one that's throwing the punches here. Queen c3 check. Very nice find from Andrea, not immediately recapturing on h4, inviting that queen in, and maybe even letting Nemo get the rook over to h8. So check is a very classy move here from the mini Botez.
Yeah, Andrea playing well. Nemo got to find something here in the time trouble to mix it up. King g8, take, queen e5. And it's rough. Rough for black. Very rough.
Shout out to Sack Accountant, who's been here, I think, pretty much every stream. Tuning in. You don't want to miss this last one, the ultimate conclusion to the inaugural Botez Invitational. Andrea, no quit in this young woman who spent 12 hours in the ER last night and still came back. Didn't even forfeit against Jennifer Yu. Played their game late and is back again here today, playing some good moves here against the higher rated Nemo, who herself is trying to end on a positive note. But it's going to be hard if Andrea keeps playing these top choices. Nemo does have a time advantage, but we saw how that worked out yesterday. And if you missed it, it didn't work out. Sorry for the spoilers. Go check out the YouTube. Actually, I don't know if yesterday's was on YouTube. You can watch the VOD maybe. But yeah, Andrea hasn't gotten a single point this whole tournament, so this is her last chance. She's giving it her best attempt so far. This very well could be what turns things around for her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. At least it feels like this game has been favorable for Andrea. So, of course, if you lose, you always end up with a bad taste in your mouth. But she can at least score a half point. I'm sure she'll be happy about that.
So this,
I think if Nemo saves this, yeah, she should be happy.
this game was looking in Nemo's favor after Andrea played c5. But there was a key moment I think Nemo could have played the knight back to d7 and didn't do it. And then even after that, there was a moment where she should have brought her bishop out along the diagonal to g4, f5, e6. Instead going bishop to b7. And Andrea really hasn't let anything slip from there. So after bishop b7, Andrea really started taking the initiative. And that's where we are now. So,
by the way, Jules absolutely winning against Jennifer. I think it was unclear earlier. It's not over yet, but I think she's going to pull it off.
I mean, that's a game for the ages.
That's a huge upset. Yeah.
I mean, that's a game that you remember for a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, though, not gonna give up so easily. She's gonna give it her all, and I'm sure she's come back from worse.
Yeah, no, it's still not over for sure.
Jules has been having a great tournament. I think she beat Andrea Did she hold Anna to a draw?
No, I think she lost to Anna.
She held someone to a draw. I think Jules drew Linda.
Yeah.
Jules had a
Yes,
draw.
I'm just watching their game.
She had a drawn position against Alex in a rook and pawn endgame. That might have been yesterday, but was unable to hold, unfortunately. There was a key moment where she needed to bring her king to the corner.
Oh no, she's repeating. She's gonna make a draw. Jules, no. Play for a win. No, Jules.
A draw would
Oh,
still
man.
be an incredible result, but of course, you don't
Just
want to see
nerves,
it in like
unfortunately.
that. I guess the players are in time trouble.
Yeah. Now, Jennifer needs to be a professional and claim the draw.
Exactly. There's no automatic draw claim, OTB. They need to claim it themselves.
Yeah, that was a big chance, but it's hard when you got a minute on your clock against U.S. Women's Champion to play for the win. Oh, and Jen stops the clock. Yeah, she's gonna claim. Probably her best move of the game. Oh, Papa Botez coming over.
We need to pull up their cam. There's a lot of drama on the other boards.
It's pretty simple though. He's gonna come over. Jen is gonna tell him she's claiming a draw by repetition with Queen D6. He's gonna check the live broadcast, but this one is pretty clear because they're just repeating. It's definitely the third time.
So that means Miss Botez is gonna get second place. Jennifer's gonna hold on for first, remain undefeated. Jules gonna have a big result with a draw, but of course she's gonna look back and wish she had played for more. What could have been?
I think so.
Oh wow, the one that got away, I guess.
Yeah.
But still incredible for Jules, and Jules is gonna be playing even more, and she's gonna be gaining tons of elo. I think she's super underrated. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Nemo
absolutely.
finally making her move. So she spent a solid 9 minutes on that move. She's down to 6 minutes, and King G8 was played. Yeah, not the computer's favorite. It wanted this D4 line. And yeah, here is a key moment. We'll see if Andrea finds Queen to E5.
Queen E5 is pretty nasty. Absolute devastating move. Just taking control of the diagonal, of the E file, of the 7th rank, just like it just takes everything down.
Oh, huge raid from Anna Cramling. Shout out to Anna. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
How did your game go?
I think she won, right?
Yeah,
Let's double check.
Anna beat Linda, so that's gonna put Anna tied with Dina for 3rd place. They might be sharing some prize money. I don't know. I know Anna and Dina drew, so I don't know if they're gonna do a tie break. But congratulations to Anna, phenomenal tournament. Nemo and Andrea. I guess that's the last game. The last game of the event. It makes sense. Nemo's had her game be last every single day except yesterday. Her first morning round against Anna. So, yeah. Tune in, you guys. This is the last game of the entire tournament. We're getting into time pressure. So I feel like once they reach move 40, maybe we could have a moment to go back and look at how this game started. But just to give you guys a quick glimpse of what we've been watching here.
Congrats to Anna, by the way. Winning today, winning yesterday as well. Very nice game against Nemo. So very deserved third place. Huge result for her.
Yeah, huge events for Anna. She's been playing phenomenal. She put herself into some severe time pressure against Nemo, but played pretty much a flawless endgame. So it didn't matter if she was in pressure or not. She was playing the top moves and was able to convert that. Andrea putting herself into time pressure here against Nemo. We had a key moment. Nemo putting the knight on g4, trying to block this rook from defending this h-pawn. So Andrea plays the top moves, captures on g4 twice, bishop takes h4, bishop takes, rook takes, and here a very critical moment, queen to c3 check. You cannot block on f6 because then your rook falls. So the computer was calling for a d4 block. Instead, we see the king move, capture on h4, and here the critical moment for Andreas to play queen to e5, just completely invading the space in the center, infiltrating Nemo's half of the board. But instead, we see the move g3. So Andrea not finding the top choice, allowing this queen to come back, guarding some key squares. The computer was preferring queen to e7.
Right.
But still, Nemo let off the hook a little bit here. And we're on move 33. So they still have a couple moves left before they hit that 40 move mark. So you'll definitely want to stay tuned in. These moves are going to be coming in relatively quickly here at a blitz-like pace for these players to meet that second time control.
Yeah, g3. I don't like this move from Andrea. It just like, yeah, she loses her chance to go queen e5, and you kind of weaken the light squares in the long run. You know, one day this bishop might show up somewhere on the king side, and White might regret this g3 move. But she should make the time control. It feels like the position's pretty safe for White. Maybe queen d4 now. Just kind of plug this d file. Rook a4 also. Seems very logical. There it is.
Yeah, rook a4. This is not the first time Andrea's used this square to pivot for a rook. It's at least the second time. I think it's the third time.
Now she wants rook h4, rook h8.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
So interestingly, after the king got checked on c3, the computer was actually calling for king f8. A more centralized king. And it's counterintuitive because you kind of don't want the king in the center. You want the king kind of tucked away in the corner, especially knowing that the king is helping guard h8. You don't want the queen to infiltrate like that. But when the queen recaptured on the h file, the queen was covering that. And also if the king is on f8 and you get checked, you can go to e7 and help defend this rook on d8. So it's a peculiar predicament. Yeah, rook h4 is a checkmate threat, so that's pretty gnarly. And that maybe is another reason why Andrea justified g3, is because she saw this. So I'm curious to see what Nemo comes up with here. She's got 4 minutes.
Yeah, very critical moment for Nemo. Gotta watch out for rook h4. You could go f6 always, but yeah, it's not the move you want to make. And yeah, long term, Black needs to get bishop c8 in at some point. The problem is if you go bishop c8, White can take it off, take on a6, get a healthy extra pawn. So tough to find a move here for Black.
This is move 34. And yes, f6 is definitely one of the moves, maybe trying to play queen to e5. Computer says that Nemo should play the queen back to where she should have played it the last move, to
King
e7.
f8.
But yeah, now you could tell, you could feel the pressure.
Ooh, running.
Nemo's now
Uh-oh.
running. So king f8 was better a couple moves ago when the king first was checked on g7. Now she's putting the king in the center, and the computer gives us a double question mark, a blunder in time pressure. Will
It's rook
Andrea
h4 now, right? Is a
capitalize?
problem. Rook h4, f6, rook h7. White can
Oof.
take the 7th rank.
Rook h4 going to h7 is going to be gnarly if we play f6 there. But yeah, computer liked f6 better. It liked queen e7 best. King f8 now, and it's saying the top move. It likes rook h4. It likes rook f4, but the top choice is this move e4.
E4. Okay, e4 is crazy.
E4 is crazy.
I'm sorry.
Blocking the rook on the 4th rank.
Not only blocking the rook, opening up the queen on the diagonal, opening up black's rook. Okay, e4 is very strong. Wants d, rook e4, and then like some mate, but Andrea gives check.
Andrea rushes in with the check.
Okay, what's she playing at here?
King e7, counter punch. The queen has to move yet again, and goes for the queen trade. Andrea
Queen
says,
trade.
no Botez gambits. We're trading off queens. The computer hates it.
I hate it too, to be honest.
Because this king is wandering.
King was so weak.
into
Yeah,
the
I
middle
mean, you
of the
got like
board.
the queen on the dark squares, and yeah, unfortunately, it's the time trouble. So what can you do? It's really hard to play chess, even when you do have time on the clock. But without time, yeah.
a mini Botez gambit, not quite losing the queen, but losing the queen's strength in the attack. When the king is on the run, the queen is on the hunt, on the prowl.
Yeah, losing a queen's worth of advantage, maybe.
Shout out to Chicken with a sub. What's up, CL? What's up, Zefcat? Tagging Camel. What's up, Cheesy? Appreciate everyone being here, tuning in. These could be... Well, this could very well be Nemo's last classical game ever. She could go into retirement after this. Andrea looking to send her off on an L. But Nemo, not going to let that happen so easily. Trades off.
Maybe Andrea's trying to torture her by taking it to the end game.
I mean, we're 3 moves away from the 40 move mark.
The game.
So the game is not going to end in a knockout quite yet. King now is actually happy in the center, moving up to e6. But still favorable for white because the bishop on b7 is so miserable.
Yeah. Though this could easily turn, like with one mistake from white, like allowing the bishop out, and then black would be better all of a sudden. With just, good rook, good bishop. Definitely black is the better king here. So I really feel like this endgame is quite double-edged, actually. Like, I think white is probably better right now, but certainly not an easy position to play. Because the knight on b6 is not that great of a piece, right? It's just kind of sitting there. It's controlling some squares. It's cramping black's lifestyle, but it doesn't actually attack anything. Here, I'd rather be on d4.
Now, there was a move that Dina played that I think led to the knockout of Nemo a couple rounds prior. And Dina allowed Nemo to close off the position, cramping both of her bishops. But there was a moment where Nemo allowed this a4 pawn push, allowing the bishop to get into a3. And here, Nemo has the same exact idea. You can play a5, freeing the a6 square for her light square bishop. That bishop going from a dead piece, a tall pawn, to now activating, getting to a6 with a check. So we'll see if she goes for it. No, she puts the king in the center. And as you called out, the rook could go to d4.
Because on a5, yeah, there'd be rook a4. And black doesn't have such an obvious response there. Feels like you're losing a pawn.
Yeah, you might lose the pawn, but it might be worth it to activate the bishop.
I think that ship has sailed a long time ago. This bishop has been sitting on b7 for way too long.
Well, king moving up even further, this actually frees up this diagonal a little bit. Maybe the bishop only now will go to c8. And if knight takes, rook takes, we're in time to save all of our pawns. So,
very possible.
Rook h7, attacking the f pawn, pinning that f pawn. So yeah, probably the king wants to defend this pawn. Don't play rook f8.
Do not play rook f8. Do not.
So top choice is king e6. Bringing the king
That's logical.
backwards.
Yeah, just bringing the king back. We'll see. At this point, I feel like black is out of danger. Based on the position a couple moves ago, black should be happy with a draw. But based on the position right now, I think Nemo might repeat once, like king e6, rook h4, and then play something else to play for the win. Much like Anna did against her, repeating once yesterday and then finding a very nice sequence to keep playing, keeping the game going.
And there she's done it. King back to e6. Andrea, under a minute on her clock. We're on move 39, so one final move to make before they reach move 40. Andrea's going to get the 30 minutes added back, and then they can take a moment to pause and think. And we have a quick response, rook h4. You could potentially see a repetition, king back to e5. Nemo's not going to do it. Oh, she very well might. Actually, oh, she thought about it. She was reaching for it, but she's slowing herself down here. She says, "All right, hold on. Let's think this through." The computer wants a5 again. It also likes, I think bishop c8 could be a moment to do it here.
I don't see what's wrong with bishop c8. I mean, I think it's going to be close to equal, but if anything, black's king is a little bit closer to the center. So bishop c8 could be a way to keep the game going.
No, she's going to go for the king. She goes for the king again. So this could be a draw potential offer.
Oh, it's very close now.
We could see Andrea. Okay, Nemo
That's
gets
two.
up.
That's two. So if rook h7 happens, Nemo can go king f6.
Yeah, king f6 is possible.
But if she goes king e6, then Andrea could claim on her next move. So basically, if Andrea repeats here, Nemo's next move could decide everything. And I think Andrea should repeat because her advantage was much bigger than it is right now. And objectively, I don't think white is doing that well. And okay, given the tournament situation, right, it's nice to end with a half point, you know, over a loss.
For sure. I think if Andrea has a chance to take a draw, I think she should.
Yeah.
Although I do appreciate seeing all the players play for wins. We saw Anna play for a win. There was a potential moment of repetition, but she dug deep and in time pressure found knight c8, continuing the game and going on to win the game. So I think Andrea very certainly could feel a similar sense that now could be her moment to shine. Of course, the risk is it doesn't work out. Oh, I love that shot. Papa Botez with squeak on the shoulder.
Nice.
Beautiful.
That is a mood.
Have you ever seen an arbiter with a parrot on their shoulder? I mean, honestly,
I have not.
Some could argue
who
that
has?
squeak is also an arbiter. Captain Botez. That was someone's got to screenshot that. That could be a profile picture.
Yeah. Just the man and his bird.
Checking in on his daughter, Andrea. So she's gotten her extra 30 minutes added. So yeah, very much still a game here for both sides. I don't think Nemo would play for a draw. Absolutely no chance. And I think Andrea should operate under this assumption. I think she could repeat with rook h7. I'm actually surprised if king e6 you're saying that rook back to h4 is a draw. But I guess
That's already 3, I think. Yeah.
so let's see. King e6. This is the first time we've been here.
After King F1.
So after King F1. So this is the first moment. King up, back. This is the second moment. And yeah, after here, King e6 would lead to the third moment Andrea could claim. So Rook h7. If Nemo wants to continue the game, she needs to go to f6.
Exactly.
Which is slightly worse because she's kind of blocking her f pawn. And maybe less centralized for the king. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Andrea might know this and say, all right, I'm going to inconvenience you and force you to f6, or we can settle on the draw. Now, part of Andrea is also thinking, like, I don't want to draw. I want to play for a win, so I'm not even going to give Nemo that chance to put the king back on e6, and then that's going to limit me from... I mean, she could play Rook h4 and not claim it, but I guess Nemo could claim it.
Yeah, I think you definitely start with Rook h7 here, King f6, let's say, and then Rook h4 back. And then if Black wants to play King e5 again, then we have another threefold repetition. And Black does want to play King e5 because their idea, like, if allowed, is to play like d4 and just open things up for her pieces. So without getting the king to e5, it's really hard for Black to really push here.
Yeah, I think the computer doesn't actually like Rook h7 as much. It would prefer the rook on d4, which prevents d4, like you said. Also putting the rook on a4, which prevents a5. It even likes rook f4, but there I don't like because I guess we can just push the f pawn. But yeah, let's say rook d4, for example, which is the top engine choice, and now we play bishop to c8. Aren't we still losing this this a pawn? Or I guess not. We have rook a8 there.
Rook a4, yeah, either rook a8 or even you might consider rook b8, but yeah, minimum you can play rook a8.
So maybe Andrea goes back to the a file, knowing that she can hold Nemo at bay, preventing bishop c8, seeing that the trade, you'll get that a pawn. And we keep...
Very possible.
Bishop c8's the move to get the bishop out, right? So if ever this is not allowed, Nemo should go for it. Otherwise, Nemo would have to sack the a pawn to activate the bishop on a6, and Nemo is very disincentivized to give up a pawn because you don't want to be down a pawn in an endgame.
Simple as that. Yeah, a lot will depend on Andrea's mindset here. Is she okay with a draw? Does she want to play for a win? I had a coach once, and I remember I had a game where I was winning, or I was much better, and then I messed up and I drew the game, and I was very upset. And he told me afterwards, you know, draw is a normal result. Don't be so upset. And that was his advice. I thought it was actually very good advice. You know, it's just like, yeah, draw is a normal result for a chess game. So you don't have to. A lot of people, they like hate draws. They're like, I could never draw. I'd rather lose my game than draw. And it's like, okay, good luck with that. But draw is a normal result. So sometimes you have to just be realistic.
Yeah, that is one of the 3 possible outcomes of a chess game. So that is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Nemo must already have her mind made up if Andrea goes for it or not. I think it's Andrea who's really mulling over on the decision.
Oh, Andrea's looking at her score sheet. That's the classic, like, checking if you have a threefold repetition or not. But no, Rook H7 would not be threefold. So Rook H7 would only be a two-time. So Nemo would have to allow the repetition still. So Nemo still has a choice if she wants to allow a draw or not.
CL being asked, what's the worst thing that he's done? And apparently he took a Pokemon card out of a pack that was a gift to his friend on his birthday.
Who did this?
CL Smith.
Wow.
Just when you thought you knew a guy.
Always the ones you least expect.
I mean, I could totally understand the justification behind it. You're saying, oh, well, it's, you know, he's still getting a gift, right?
But imagine you stole like a rare card. How could you live with yourself?
It was last week, apparently.
Oh. So he wasn't even a kid at the time?
According
He's a grown person.
According to our resources.
I can see if you're a kid, you know, you don't know no better.
No, he knew what he was doing.
Wow. Premeditated theft.
Oh, it was Zefcat's birthday.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a good question, Chicago Kev. How can you make? Did you give the cards like individually? Did you reseal the pack? Because that is pretty mischievous for child behavior. Also, thank you, Pooh Bear, for the 100 bits.
Yeah, shout out Pooh Bear. Dojo regular.
The dojoer. The dojos. Yeah, this would be pretty devastating for Andrea if she thinks like, okay, I could just claim threefold on my next move. I can spend the rest of my time calculate if I want something better, and if I don't see anything, I'll just play Rook H7 and claim a draw. And when she does that, they quickly will find out that it's not threefold, and they'll say, Andrea, you still have to keep playing. And then she'll have lost all of her extra 30 minutes. That is a possibility. I don't know what's going on in her head right now.
Yeah, it definitely looked like she... I have no idea if she thinks she's repeating with Rook H7 or not. I didn't get that impression, but definitely looks like she is considering, like, do I want this game to end in a draw, or do I want to keep playing? But I have no idea if she thinks Rook H7 is it or not. Hopefully not. That would be unfortunate. Maybe what will happen is she'll incorrectly claim with Rook H7. Nemo will get some time on her clock, and then Nemo will go King E6 anyway, and then they'll draw.
Ha. That's not happening. They call her No Draw Nemo. Although
really?
She's had 2 draws so far this tournament. Nemo getting a double sip. She went from I'm guessing that's green tea, I don't really know, to the mug.
Okay, so some cold tea, some hot tea.
She's mixing drinks.
Yeah. She's like, I guess we're playing. I guess
She's
this end game's gonna go.
You gotta stay hydrated, chat. If you want to be your best, you need to stay hydrated. So take a sip of whatever you got. Any alcoholics in chat? Let us know. Who's day drinking? It's past 5 p.m. You know, and people have mimosas at brunch. I don't know what time.
Yeah, I mean it's also Saturday, right? So
true. Caspian rocking the sippy cup. Love to see that. Very aware. You don't want to spill on the board. I mean, you get your score sheets all messed up. It's a bad look. Shout out to Zefcat, proud owner of a new dog. Rook H7 played. And yeah, Andrea looks like she's aware that the game is continuing on. She's not looking for an arbiter or anything. She's not pausing the clock. So she's played that move with 19 minutes left on her clock, just under 20 minutes, and now Nemo, over 30 minutes. She has to decide if she wants to claim the draw or not. It's in her court.
No, not yet, actually. I think King E6 is not a threefold yet.
Oh, well, King E6, she has to expect that Andrea has the option, right?
Then Andrea could
Okay.
claim, yeah. And I think she would, because I mean, then why would you play Rook H7 now if you're not going for the draw?
Oh, they agreed to a draw. They just shook
Oh.
hands.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Well, that's fine. I mean, they're allowed to agree to a draw.
Doesn't have to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I think Andrea might have been a bit confused because it looked like Nemo just claimed a draw and Andrea went with it. But I think, yeah, technically that was a 2.5 repetition. But it doesn't really matter. When you make a claim, like a threefold draw claim, it effectively acts as a draw offered. So your opponent is allowed to accept the draw. And there's Alex, super happy. Andrea made a draw.
Yeah, let's listen in to the players maybe.
We'll see what chat is thinking.
But you know what? I'm happy with the draw.
Yeah, we're both really done.
Honestly, I wanted to play for the win. I don't want to let chat down.
I know no one's down there. Like it's the end of the turn. A lot of people thought it'd be a nice result for both of you, honestly.
Yeah, like there's F6. I know Nemo just wants to go. Yeah, there's F6 or there's Rook here. But like, if I grind this endgame versus Nemo and I hero, I'm curious what Hammer says.
Hammer left.
Oh, who's still here?
Benjamin and Anna. You can call them.
But I'll take it.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Oh god, that was honestly shit.
It's over, Nemo.
It is over. I feel like
it's alright. Listen, I don't know what's more shit, your gameplay or my 1.5 out of 7.
Wait, you have 1.5?
No, sorry, 0.5.
0.5 out of 7.
I only scored.
Well, you know what? At least I gave you a draw.
Hey, at least I gave you a draw, buddy.
You gave me a draw? Okay, both of us.
I could have pushed.
Well, actually, your accuracy this game was 85, which is higher than.
Well, that's not great, but.
I mean,
I'm
judging by how you've been blundering pieces.
Okay, buddy, you're a lot of talk for someone.
Yeah, well, what?
No, I know.
It's honestly, I feel like you played really well. Like,
I mean, this was definitely my best game, but it's like the bar was pretty low to begin with. Well,
I get you when you were playing well.
I definitely had a better endgame, and I could have pushed for the win because she had a bad bishop versus my knight in the endgame. But I'm honestly, after the week we've had, I think if I would have pushed for the win and I would have lost it, I think I would have walked over to that cliff and you would have never seen me again. Yeah. So I just took the draw because at the end of the day, Nemo is a very, yes, 0.5 is still pathetic, but Nemo is still a strong player, and I didn't want to take the risk. Not super proud of my results, but hey, ending on a draw is still something that I'm happy about. So, and this is over. We're free. That's the craziest part of it all. And Alex did really well, so, you know, she carried for the Botez blood, and I was just there. I'm going to become a full-time producer and just be behind the camera from now on. Yeah, exactly.
Andrea took down your best friend.
I know, Dina's, I cannot imagine what, I think we heard Dina screaming after.
Yeah.
I had headphones, bruh, and I still heard Dina screaming.
I think she just let out like one really.
Have you talked to her?
No, I didn't think she'd want to see me.
Oh, she's gonna murder you. You should be terrified.
Once again, didn't think she'd want to see me.
Honestly, I don't want to see any of you girls in a chess event for a very long time.
No, chess against your friends honestly sucks. Like, me and Nemo were both crying before the game today. That's why I make eye contact with Nemo and her, she's crying again. And chess just sucks.
Every time someone talks to me, I just start crying.
But it's okay, man. Same, bro. Same. Nemo, we never have to play a chess tournament again. Dobby is free. It's okay.
But okay, it was so funny. Andrea knocks on my door like at 11 a.m. or whatever. And I'm like in my room.
let's do house tour, but we should.
Gosh. Okay, we can film.
How about we go to the beach first? I can film at 7. Can we just put audio on this stream and do the interview?
Put our finger
For
out.
stream, can we just unmute?
Aww, squeak finally.
Oh, is that stream?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. Oh, let me pull up my stream.
Yeah, chess is hard.
Alright, let's say bye to the stream, and then let's go to the beach.
Well, Andrea, we want to give Jen her trophy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, on stream.
Yes.
Okay.
Can someone assemble all the ladies? You can put Squeak down if you ever need to.
He's so cute. This is the first
All
time
right.
he's let me hold an altar.
The stream is so confused. This chess tournament had to be the most dramatic, chaotic chess tournament. I went to the ER, Nemo cried 3 times a day.
Yeah, this is fine.
Dina broke some friendships.
I think
Dina's like
screaming.
Like, I don't think Dina's gonna forgive my sister. Jules honestly did pretty well.
Yeah.
How did Linda do? I think Anna was okay, but
Well, Anna won, right?
Oh, Anna won, yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure she's
All right, let's go give Jen her trophy.
Squeak's done.
But we can swap. Can we swap scenes, guys?
Oh, I don't think they have audio.
Ryan, do you think we can swap to that camera? Oh, chat. Can you guys hear us? Wait, I think my chat is broken. Oh wait, that's Nemo's stream. Vila, can you ask Vila to swap cams and go full screen? So we can just talk to chat till we're ready.
My chat on her screen. I'll keep it running.
Gosh,
that
we're
was
waiting.
honestly like
Test. I can't tell. I think my Twitch. Oh, yeah, my Twitch is broken.
you actually played super well today.
I mean, this was my best game, but again, the bar was low. I didn't even have the confidence to go for a win, but I'm happy with the draw.
I just wanted to
I'm gonna ask you to stop singing.
I'm just here. Honestly, this isn't such like I'm being over dramatic for absolutely no reason. But honestly, I'm just glad that it's all over. I'm honestly really glad it's all over. I'm just gonna pull up a chair.
We're swapping scenes in a minute. We'll just go live like this. I'll sit next to Nemo. Let me move my camera a little closer. Is this my cam?
Wait, I thought we were using this one.
Who is this? My stream cam? Oh, I'm in the shot. It's all good. Alright, I'm waiting for us to swap. Oh, Dina's not. We're gonna swap scenes and then.
Can they hear us?
Hey chat, can you guys hear us?
Let me grab my Dino.
Audio. I don't think we have audio yet. Oh, we have sound. Hey chat, it's really loud. Is this our mic that we're streaming?
Yeah.
Okay, hey Alex, we're live here. Congratulations, Jennifer. Fancy gave us our surprise. Wait, I don't think Dina's coming down.
Guys, I'm still waiting for Dina, but I don't know if she wants to
I don't
come.
think so. I think it's okay if we let her sit.
Okay. Well,
Sitcom starts now.
wait,
Yes,
Squeak
my-
is hanging out.
Do you want to just all pull chairs over?
Yeah, how about we all sit over here?
You girls want
You guys
chairs?
want to pull some chairs?
What is the ceremony?
I don't know how to say.
We're just gonna pull chairs.
I think we're just gonna all clap.
I'm gonna let my dad.
We can honestly share.
Take some photos.
You want to share?
Yeah, we'll take some photos. Probably after stream, yeah.
After stream.
Dude. Hi,
How many
chat.
times did you guys cry this week?
Bro, I don't want to talk about how many times.
I just want to know multiple times.
Chat, this has been the most dramatic chess tournament of history. I want to story tell, but I can't tell if our audio, it might be a little
It's not
echoey.
even the chess. It's just.
It's just everything. All I can say is the
Wait,
YouTube
our
vlog
vlog
is gonna have. The YouTube vlog is gonna be a very chaotic vlog. Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
But congratulations, Alex and Jen.
Dad's gonna start handing out.
All right.
Okay,
Oh,
so we'll start with my favorite kid. When
does that mean?
no, I'm seeing the left to right here.
Oh.
Here you go.
Wait, better. I love this. Oh my god. Better luck next time.
Okay. My second favorite.
Same room. Thanks. I'm gonna wear this
My
real
third.
proudly.
Thanks, Dad.
Better luck.
Fifth. Sixth. All my favorite kids.
Oh yeah, baby, go chess.
So the trophy, it's in a very specific team of family voters. We are very critical, so let me bring it.
Oh no, just on my dad.
Oh my god, he just took the biggest shit on No. He did it. Oh my god, that's huge.
Honestly, this is an accurate representation about how I feel towards this entire tournament. Squeak just literally taking a shit. Bro, that's disgusting, Alex. What is that? That's the grossest thing I've ever done. Wait, can you show the shit, guys? Wait, show chat. Show chat.
Guys.
Okay, guy, come on.
Thank you, Miracosta College, for lending the DGT boards. I swear I'm gonna sanitize it later. I'm sure worse things
So I would like you guys to, I'm gonna present the trophy to Jennifer. She's gonna read, you can see it. I'd like you to read what the trophy inscription says. Pay attention to her face, and then she's gonna present it to everyone, okay? Jennifer, congratulations.
Can I read it out loud?
No, just look for it.
No, she can read it.
Okay, it's good?
Wait, show it to the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. Aw, that's so cute.
Is that a pig?
It's a goat.
Oh, it's a goat. Everyone else.
This is so
This is honestly very accurate.
This is the cutest chess trophy I've seen.
That's what I got. Yeah, this is great.
I hope so.
I like the trophy.
We're thinking
It's
to
so
put
cute.
your name in it from the beginning, but this is
We should have just put Jen.
Yeah, honestly, I should have put Jen Yu's name on it. I would have looked like a wizard. But everybody clap for Jen.
No way you played for that.
Well,
She also gets $10,000. So
yes,
yeah,
congratulations.
not
You
too
get
shabby.
$10,000. I get $5,000, which I didn't expect. And
Hey.
Anna and Dina, you guys are going to share the 2.5K, which should cover your flight back.
It almost covers the flight.
So there you go. There you go.
I'm very happy.
All right. Well, also, I just want to do one last thank you, Brian. Is that the
Oh
string
my god,
there?
it should have been everyone else sucks but you, why you?
Oh,
That would have been so good.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That would have been so
That's right.
genius.
But
if I just like threw today, that would have been.
Yeah, but we
Then
couldn't.
they
We
were
did.
rubbing it in and
Sorry,
it was
Alex.
so bad. I just wanted to say also a huge thank you to chess.com. We wouldn't have been able to do this without them. Like, they really help in terms of growing chess events and bringing everyone here. So I'll just say thank you, chess.com.
Thank you, chess.com.
And also thank you to all
Thank
the
you for our
commentators
Yes.
that worked so hard during this week, even though some of the games went really We had amazing commentators on all, so many of the ladies.
Let's toast for everybody.
And thank you for
Everybody here is over 21, right?
Yes.
Alex, you are?
Everyone except Dina.
Here you go.
Well, I was blame her.
I lost my last game. I too would.
Alex, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just no. Thank you to Alex and Joe. Thank you.
Cheers, ladies.
I don't know if I should drink on my medication, but maybe I'll wait just in
You can
case.
take a sip.
Just squeak with your eyes. Why are we trying to kill her?
Well, a sip for good luck.
Revenge sip is good. Well, Chad, there was a lot of ups and downs, you know, an ER visit, a couple broken friendships,
You slept with me for a
unlikely
week.
friendship
Did you like
bond.
sleeping with me?
Absolutely not.
I don't believe you. Well, I did put my foot under your pillow this morning because I was cold.
Dude, you were so disgusting. You
How
put your feet
you
on my
reach?
So I was
She's been sleeping with the opposite head of the
because I
bed.
needed more space because I
It's so
really wanted
annoying.
the space. So then I just started putting my head where her feet are. But then she took all the blanket and my little feet were cold, so I started putting them under her pillow.
Wait, this is such a weird way to sleep. You guys could have just done another mattress.
I wish you would have seen how this looked. I saw like you guys have been sharing for a week and it's been adventurous.
Yes, which we have been filming 24/7 throughout this tournament, so we will all have lots of YouTube vlog content. And although this was definitely the worst result of a tournament my entire life, I have to say, I think the friendship and being with the girls genuinely made up for the trip, and I think we all learned from each other in so many ways outside of the chess that none of you guys really get to see. So I'm really hoping you guys will get to see behind the scenes. And while, again, like, if I didn't have these girls, I would have been so miserable about the chess, but genuinely I'm still very, very thankful that we had this event, because I think every girl here had such a inspiring story, which you, again, don't get to see, but I hope you guys can see it soon, and I'm just very grateful that all the girls were here.
Yeah.
So
And if you guys learned any of the personalities, Jen is thinking about going into chess and content, so make sure to follow her. Anna's already taking over all of chess. Jules is hilarious at shorts, and next tournament we play, she's literally going to beat us all because she's improving. Linda's a full-time musician who hasn't played classical chess in years and came up for this. Andrea, we don't have it working through. And Nemo, she didn't even want to play classical chess, but she did, so you'll see Nemo playing mostly poker and some chess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good
And Dina was feeling upset, you guys. It's a hard loss, and we understand, so we're going
Can
to
we
give her
have
the
just
space.
ended this tournament on round 1? Like, I feel like I was happiest after round 1, and it just...
You did start very strong. I was thinking about it. I was like, if I draw Nemo, let's just ignore the rest of the tournament. Just remember, she drew Gen U. This is a good result.
Exactly, like it works out here, right? Like, that's how it should work.
No, Dina genuinely took this, as obviously as you guys can tell, we all took this tournament in different ways competitively. And Dina took it extremely seriously, and it was very important to her to perform well. So I actually really respect, and I'm going to give her the space. But Dina took a lot of meaning to this tournament. And Alex just ended up having an amazing performance, but we should all give Dina her space and time, and honestly respect that she was so committed to the chess, and she took it so seriously that she is that deeply upset that she's not here at the ceremony. I think it shows how serious of a chess player she is, and also a reason she wants to train more after this tournament. So Dina may not be here, but you know what, respect to Dina.
And if you guys want to cheer her up, subscribe to Russian School of Chess. If you're thinking of any way to cheer her up, that would be it. She's been working on her courses nonstop, and I think that's also why this tournament meant so much to her.
Exactly.
But there's always chance. Like even me playing Dina, I had like a 37% chance to win, right? Sometimes it happens. So.
Wait, are we just going by the fact that it's 37, like 33%, 33%, 33%, or?
No, I asked Dina what percentage chance she had. She thought I had to win. She said 35. I thought it was 40, so I actually rounded to 37.
No, it's like, wait, did we just? Okay, got it. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think you honestly played really, really well.
Yeah.
Mad props to a girl who is not only just hosting, but also producing and playing, and you've been here cheering all of us up. Alex has literally been like mother, while also crushing everybody at chess. So
Yeah, I don't know how that performance, that came out of nowhere. That was insane. But
Super impressive.
yes.
So impressive.
Love to see it too.
Are you gonna play more tournaments, Alex? Is this motivating
Good
you to
question.
play more?
Again, I just wanted to not lose this tournament, so I'm happy. And then with Jules almost beating Jen, I was like, this would have been the craziest comeback I've ever seen.
Thank you,
I don't know what
Anonymous,
the
for
plan
the
is
five
yet. Thank you, Anonymous.
Well, ladies, I think we should go to the
Yes.
beach.
Yes,
Alright.
time to relax. Don't forget, we were gonna do a house tour, but
We are we can do it at 7.
Yes.
Or now. We'll figure it
Or
out.
now.
But I think we can finally all enjoy
Oh, can we get a
ourselves.
victory speech from Jennifer? Good. Yes.
Yeah, Jennifer.
Can we give a little victory speech on
Yeah,
chess?
share your why.
Can you talk a little bit of what you're thinking about chess, at
Well,
least?
Right now, I just think I need to get better. That's a bad thing to say, but like, honestly, like props to Jules for giving me such a hard time in the last game. That was genuinely like the most concerned I've been in the entire tournament. And, no, I like literally lost my mind in the end. I was like, when I play like a really bad move, I was like, oh my god, like this is it. And I'm like, it roasted so hard. But I mean, I've just had the best time here, like hanging out with everybody and kind of getting back into chess because I've been kind of on and off competing, but this makes me really want to compete more and also do content and other stuff for fun. But I don't know, it's just such a fun event in general, and I loved it.
Oh. Okay, one more applause for Jen. All right, guys. Thank you again to everybody watching. We really appreciate it. If you want to thank us for the content, check out Dina's Russian School of Chess or get a chess.com
Or
diamond membership.
chess.com, who literally made all of this possible.
Yes.
Helped us sponsor this beautiful house, got all these girls together. So we really appreciate our sponsors, and hopefully you guys also enjoy the YouTube content coming out with
Yes,
them.
the YouTube content. Oh wait, actually, can we get it on the producer for a second? Anything about the YouTube content? If you're okay with it. If not, if you're shy, it's okay. You can hide.
I don't know why you put him on the spot.
Because he's been dealing with this chess house for so long.
Well, the content will be definitely very interesting. It will be a darker side of chess.
I'm gonna title the video "The Dark Side of the Chess World" and just get all of us crying in our bedrooms. But hopefully we can make a positive.
Okay, wait, did
video as well.
anybody here not cry this week?
Oh yeah.
Let me see your raid.
I lost this game. I'm
gonna check your raid.
Okay, but despite all the crying, chess is really awesome. You guys should all play it. Make sure you're getting your diamond membership on chess.com. Yeah,
We
thank
should
you
make a small
guys.
chess streamer. Okay, chat.
Alright.
I think we should rate a small chess streamer.
Sure.
Should we rate Hale or should we rate Pizza Princess?
I'll rate Hale.
I love Hale. Hale is our friend, so I'm
Hale is
biased,
our
but I don't
friend.
know Pizza Princess.
But I
She's
kind
a female
of
friend.
feel like we can give it to another female streamer
the
just for the
girls.
event.
Okay, sounds good. All right, chat. I think
As long as
we're
they're on chess.com, that feels
yeah. Pizza
reasonable.
Princess is on chess.com. She's
Wait, is there anybody with less viewers today?
Yeah. Wait, chat. You have the small chess streamers you want to surprise.
I literally can't figure out how this works.
This is
Oh,
so
but
cute.
you know, everybody, like, big
This is
picture of
so
it. Actually,
cool.
it's a victory shot.
It is a very cute.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah.
That
Are we
is
doing
Princess
a
After Dark.
I'm gonna rate Pizza Princess. So if you guys wanna rate something.
Rate Hikaru. Yeah, let's rate our favorite female streamer.
What if we
Check
rate
this.
Bean Dip?
Yeah, sure.
Let's read Bean Dip.
Do you know her?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're gonna rate Bean Dip.
Okay,
and you
we're
guys
gonna
rate
rate Bean
Pizza
Dip.
Princess. Okay, chat. Everyone else sucks but you. Why you?
Oh wait, I think I got the raw account. 1 second.
I think I'm
Sorry.
gonna make that a caption.
It should be your bio.
Sorry. Alright, if we could just rate.
Can you put it through?
It's Pizza Princess G.
I
I was like, damn it, that does not seem right. Sorry, my bad. Rating for some pizza. Also for my chat, thank you guys so much for supporting this. I know I complained about this event for like months. So
Sweet, stop shitting.
Oh my god.
No, but you never pooped.
That's disgusting.
Well, he's just having a little stage
This
anxiety.
is disgusting. You teach your kids no manners.
Okay.
Steve just took another shit.
Oh,
All right,
Thank
chat.
you so much, y'all, for producing. I appreciate it. All right, take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.